is actually a very abstract thing, particularly music that's instrumental, pure instrumental music. So when you have something like that's beautiful, like a piece by Bach, part of what makes it beautiful is not just any specific moment or any abstract relationship moments, but like the actual generative unity of the whole thing, which not only just like, well, that felt nice, but on the deeper level, you know, you can start thinking about things and seeing that, you know, that the highs and the lows and the gaps between notes and all these other things can be interpreted to mean something. And, you know, with music, it's a very vague kind of meaning, so you can give it a lot of general leeway for interpretation. But there is an interpretation about real structures in there, which necessarily come together. And it seems that most great musicians have had this intuition as well, where they recognize that there's this kind of necessity in music that's very mathematical, and at the same time, it feels like the most free thing in the world. You know, nowadays, the main thing that dominates is, besides like, you know, pop music, is movies and shows and all these other things. And likewise, you see that a good show tends to have just a nice, when it's good, like what makes it good is that it doesn't feel forced, it doesn't feel formal. Like particularly with my experience, when I watch a show in which like I can see that the director or the writers just wanted something to happen no matter what, and they just contrived the whole situation to make it happen. And you're like, oh, come on, that's unrealistic. It's not that like, oh, it's unrealistic that because it doesn't happen in, you know, our physical reality. That's not what is meant. It's unrealistic in that it doesn't follow the logic of what was being set up in the first place. So that, you know, you have somebody supposed to be a genius, and then suddenly for an episode they're a complete moron because the author, the writers and directors need some contrived situation to create a problem so that they can solve it and there can be a solution, and, you know, something can go on for the rest of the show. Those kinds of things are just come off as bad because they're just logically incoherent with what was placed at the beginning of the show to begin with, the beginning of the story. So, you know, when those things don't cohere, it's a sort of, it's like making a bad argument, you know, where you're saying, you know, there's A, there's B, therefore C, and, you know, somewhere there's a logical leap or some kind of contradiction where it just doesn't make any sense with what's happening. So the purpose of art is for people to have their freedom expressed sensuously, as Hegel says. So, you know, we create art because not only it feels nice, I mean, that's the main reason, you know, we enjoy it, but the deeper meaning of that is that we enjoy it because on the far more meaningful level, particularly when you find a piece of art that really speaks to you, what speaks to you is far more meaningful than I just like it. It's usually some kind of personal relationship. And the best kind, I think, is not just a personal relationship of yourself to a piece, such that, you know, like this song reminds me of my parents or my dog or whatever, but rather that, you know, the piece itself has a meaning which you can objectively see in it, and which, you know, you can actually describe to somebody who doesn't immediately see it, and then they could see it as well too. So, you know, it's beyond just like, well, oh yeah, that's my favorite piece because my mother, you know, liked it, and I liked my mother. But, you know, this is my favorite piece because, you know, it has this sort of meaning, you know, it blah blah blah, and then so the person goes like, oh well, yeah, I don't feel it the way that you do, but I can see what you mean.
Great. Thanks for taking us down that very interesting road of explanation about how art and aesthetics figure into Hegelianism. We have been graced with the presence of TJump. Welcome.
Hey.
Nice to see you, and thanks for joining.
Absolutely. So I've had a number of conversations with people who study Hegel and are self-professed Hegelians, and they usually argue for things like the existence of God or consciousness being fundamental. So my first initial question is, what about Hegel's epistemology and ontology differs from that of classical modern science?
Well, first of all, I'd say that whoever says consciousness is fundamental for Hegel doesn't know Hegel. That's just completely wrong. Hegel makes it very clear that the ultimate thing is logos, not consciousness. There's a way in which consciousness plays a part in that, but it's not the primary fundamental. God is also not fundamental in the sense that God is not a presupposition, but a conclusion. And so, Hegel's system, unless you understand God to be the system and not God, the representational being of, religion, then it doesn't make, the representational being is not the fundamental one. It's God as the system is what is fundamental. And it's not even proper to say it's fundamental because it's not a foundation upon which there's something other. The foundation and what is founded co-constitute each other. So it doesn't really make sense to speak of it in these essential terms. This is why there's a difference between the concept and essence. As far as Hegel's epistemology and ontology, technically speaking, Hegel does not see philosophy as working with epistemology and ontology. He sees it as working as pure conceptual reasoning, which does not have the problems with epistemology or ontology, because with epistemology, if you're asking, how do we know things, that already presupposes structures about what there is to be known in the first place, even if you don't explicitly do so. Implicitly, the very way in which you then go about knowing things already presupposes the structure of the objects which are to be known. Likewise, if you presuppose ontology, you're already presupposing a certain way in which they will be known, whether you posit explicitly at the beginning or not. So in the Phenomenology of Spirit, that whole book is one gigantic reductio ad absurdum of epistemology and ontology at the same time, in which, with every chapter, we're shifting between epistemic positions, falling into ontological positions, falling back into epistemic conditions, and then seeing the whole thing as, well, this is actually something much more. There's something, not only there's something much more going on, there's something explicitly lacking here, which cannot be expressed in the positions that are being expressed. So I say at the end of the Phenomenology of Spirit, we get this whole thing of absolute knowing. And the absolute knowing is not an epistemic position, because in absolute knowing, the structure of consciousness is completely overcome. The natural consciousness is not there as what is driving anything anymore. What happens is absolute knowing is just the immediate position that in the entire phenomenology, what has been going on the entire time is that the knower and the known have actually been the exact same thing the entire time. The only thing that we've been knowing throughout the phenomenology is our own knowing. Every time we posit some kind of object out there, what's really being done is a projection of the structure of our own knowing. And when we look at the structure of our own knowing, what we're actually doing is a projection of the structure of the assumption of what an object is, such that when you get rid of that duality, what you get is something that is a self-constituting thing, but it's no longer a thing as a thing relating to consciousness out there, but it's a pure self-relationship of reasoning. So, at any point, quite literally, we have always known absolutely in the phenomenology. We just didn't know it. And once we know that we can't know in the structure of consciousness, and therefore the structures of epistemology where we have to deal with conditions of subjectivity, once we get rid of that, the whole question just becomes, well, then what is reason? And that's what pure logic is.
So just to clarify, when you say logos is fundamental, but consciousness isn't, are you saying like the axioms of logic? Is that what he means by logos? And typically someone would say like to have axioms, you would need like a consciousness to think about them or something.
No, these aren't axioms. They're not like axioms of any consciousness. They're just self-reflexive determinations. I mean, it's like a self-iterative mathematical equation, except the mathematical equation itself is not even given. So it's constructed out of nothing.
So when you say constructed out of nothing, you're saying it exists as some rule in the universe or something?
The rule itself has to generate itself. That it generates itself is the factual given. You exist already, blah, blah, blah. But figuring out what that rule is has to do with just actually doing the generation activity itself, without already presupposing what the generative activity is, which is why he deals with the whole presuppositionless issue.
And how do you go about doing that? Because my starting point is like epistemic solipsism. I think therefore I am. So the first thing I know is that I exist. What exactly is he saying exists?
He doesn't say anything exists. He says we're going to get rid of all categorical presuppositions. So we're going to get rid of assumptions and predispositions towards what we think is the case of anything, and what it even is to be a case, such that the only thing we're going to do is we're going to start with structures of the least assumption being just unrelatedness itself, immediacy. And we're going to think through this because, logic is thinking. That's at least the factual given. What thinking is and how thinking is a whole different issue, which is what we're not supposed to presuppose. So we're not going to presuppose it, but we're going to do it just because we can. So the issue is of meaning. It's more of a semantic in a way that, you're going to start with just like, okay, what is it to be in the first place? Well, we're not going to assume what being is. We're just going to give the structure of unrelated immediacy. Think that. You try to think it, you fail. There's a gap there between what is expected, even though you don't know what you're expecting, but you're expecting something. And the expectation that there would be something there and that there's a failure gives you a different kind of cognitive meaning towards leading you to nothing. Then you can stand back and see about this cognitive experience of failure to think, which it is, whatever it is, ultimately is, and you're stuck in this indeterminate loop between being nothing and back and forth, which then leads to a cycle of becoming. It's a very weird thing for somebody who thinks analytically, for example. Well, it's a very weird thing for anybody really in general. Continentals also can't make sense of it most of the time. But it's just a purely, if you want to put it in terms of semantics, that's probably the better framing. It's a purely semantic thing about what is meaning in the first place, such that through that we construct what reasoning really is.
And what is meaning in the first place?
Well, that's what you have to figure out. If you go with something that you're going to say, I'm going to not presuppose anything, it's unrelated. The meaning of that is, well, it's unrelated. If you try to think the unrelated, thinking is already trying to make relationship. You're going to be able to think nothing. This doesn't tell you what nothing is or that nothing is. It just tells you that this failure is what you call nothing. And then you stand back and you're like, well, this has a structure of immediacy again. Yeah, I've immediately done this. It immediately is there, which is just what being is. It's like constructing with Lego blocks. There's a certain kind of, these structures give you a very limited sphere of activity, what you can do with them. So in doing with them, what you do with them reveals what they are. And it's just back and forth of constructions.
When you say unrelatedness, it seems like everything is necessarily going to be related in that it exists in reality, or it doesn't, or something along those lines. And so, what is
that's a
unrelatedness?
presupposition. So it doesn't matter. Like it just, the whole point is that you're going to not presuppose what things are. Don't presuppose that things are. That's not even a presupposition. That's just a fact. You exist. You're thinking. To presupposition is simply don't put expectations as to what that is. So, you're going to say, well, I'm going to think, okay, well, what is the safest thing to think insofar as we're not going to get into trouble with, like maybe something snuck in behind there? Or we're just going to think of something that's unrelated, the immediate as such. Well, what can I think with it? I can't, therefore nothing. Well, at least the nothing is immediately there, so it's immediate, it is. So it's the same thing as being, it goes right back, and you just have this back and forth.
Well, what do you mean by unrelatedness?
Unrelatedness, it's basic English. It has no relationships.
When you say you think of unrelatedness, how can you do that? Like, it's like thinking of nothing. I don't think it's even possible to do so.
Exactly, you can't.
So if you're supposed to think of unrelatedness, but you can't think of unrelatedness,
that's what nothing is.
It would be a contradiction. I don't think even nothing would be a contradiction.
No, that's what nothing is. Like you're presupposing that nothing is something. Well, this is just saying this failure to cognize is what I'm going to call nothing.
And so failure to cognize is the fundamental, like, first starting point from Hegel?
No. There is no fundamental first starting point for Hegel. Like, the beginning at first is simply a pragmatic beginning of, well, if we're going to try to be good philosophers, we're going to assume nothing. we're going to, go with what at least seems to be the safest route of, the thing that's least assumptive, which is that which is unrelated.
What do you mean it has the least assumptions to think of something that's like nothing?
Well, it doesn't assume anything. I mean, like, I think you're getting caught up that you think that this is trying to think of something. It's not. It's just telling you a structure, and you're going to think the structure of unrelatedness, immediacy as such. There is no thing called being that you're trying to think. There is no thing called nothing that you're trying to think. You're taking these structures of cognition, going through them, and insofar as you notice any differences, you're giving it new names.
Okay, and so the point is that there just is nothing, and as you start up things, you're trying to assign connections between the things you're thinking of, but the initial starting point is the nothing.
Well, the initial starting point is just like unrelated immediateness. The meaning of that, if you think about the meaning, is just, well, obviously it's going to have no relationships. It can't be cognized. This failure to cognize, this failure to think is the next shift. It is different from the immediate immediacy, which, you have present as an object in cognition. So you call it nothing. And then from the nothing, you step back and you're like, okay, well, now it's back in presence of cognition again. It is what I don't know, but it just is. So I'm back to where I began, being nothing, being nothing. And then this shift, you stand back from the whole system, but you can't escape because it's objectively the case that insofar as you have immediacy, you can't think it. And in not thinking it, and you think about not thinking it, which puts it back into the immediacy that it was. This shift of being to nothing is exactly what people call becoming, so you name it becoming because it's a pretty good word name for it, and you just keep constructing from there on.
So could any worldview start with the nothingness or the unrelatedness and essentially just build this exact same worldview without any difference by starting with that as the starting point?
Yeah, I mean, as far as Hegel is concerned, he thinks that insofar as we're cognizant of the same kind of categories together, we're going to necessarily be thinking these things, and they have to be in this order. There should not be a different order.
Could the categories be derivative or emergent from something more fundamental?
No, because something more fundamental itself is just a thought determination.
Why is that? So, like, why couldn't physicalism be true where there's like
Because
matter and brains? And
you're presupposing reason, and that's the whole problem of the logic.
Like ontologically, what would be the issue with that being the case?
Because you're presupposing reason. I mean, what sets up the distinction of the world and thought is thought itself, reason. If you say, well, there's something more fundamental than thought, well, how do you know that? That's a presupposition of reason.
Right. So,
how do you know reason has the validity? So, you have to know that reason has the validity to claim the truth. Right. You can't just assume that reason has some problematic relationship to truth. Reason has to prove itself to itself. Then you could talk about the rest of the world.
So epistemically, I would agree we can't know that something else is fundamental. But I'm asking, would it be logically possible in some sense that something else was fundamental? Like, what is preventing it from being the case that physicalism is true? Because epistemically, we can start with Hegel's perspective, but that wouldn't cause a problem, for example, for physicalism, because the fact that we can't know anything unless we think about it or label it or whatever doesn't actually cause anything to exist or not exist. And so the particles and stuff are Big Bang.
But these are all presuppositions of reason. Like all of these things, physicalism is itself a presupposition of reason. You're going to say I'm talking about the thing. Yeah, but the thing is a presupposition of your own reason. You're positing all this.
Yes.
You have to prove it. Ontology and epistemology are not separable in this way. Insofar as you're positing an ontology and say, oh, I'm just saying there's just things. Well, yeah, how? You're doing it through reason, or you want to go through some epistemic procedure. Either way, reason is the one that's positing these differences. How does reason have validity to state any such thing? You can't state things about epistemology or ontology, which do not then get mediated by reason, such that reason is the place in which you have to prove these things ultimately.
Right, but wouldn't it be possible for reason to come about from something else, and then I can
possibility
use reason?
Is a determination of reason. I mean,
Sure.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
you're trying to get segue out of the way, but all these things are just presuppositions of reason.
Well, anything I say, any words that I use are going to be, but the point is
Well, no,
that
it's not about words. It's the fact that you can cognize this is a presupposition of reason. If you say, well, what if there are things that are not cognized, but they exist? Who cares? You have to prove those things exist, and then, well, guess what? We cognize them.
Well, why do I have to prove those exist? Because the point is, if Hegel is right and he's saying that these rational things are the most fundamental thing, well, couldn't he just be wrong? And I want to know, I care if he's wrong.
Well, how would you know that he's wrong unless you knew
wouldn't.
that reason was actually the one that validates all things? And then you'd have to have a true theory of true reason,
Well, I wouldn't know.
which would have to be necessarily one-to-one with the ontology of your world.
Well, I wouldn't know, but I don't want to know. That's not the interesting fact here. The fact here is, even if we don't know and could never know, couldn't it be the case that there is a reason is an emergent thing? It's not the most fundamental. It comes about from something else. And if so, would that make Hegel wrong? Was he making the claim that that was the case, or is he apathetic?
No, so you're misunderstanding reason as the human reason. That's not what reason is for Hegel. Reason is just determinability. If you say the planet Saturn, is so much miles radius, blah, 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 that's not a subjective thing for you. Sure, fine, the metrics is subjective. We use feet or kilometers, whatever. But the fact that there's an actual distance, between the center of Saturn and, its atmosphere, is just a fact. But it's a determinable fact that is rationally inquirable. I mean, rationality is quite literally what it says, ratioing the relationship. Anything that would be determinable in any way whatsoever has to be rational because it has to have these differences internal to its relationship. That's all that reason is for Hegel. Reason is not this representation in your head. The fact that the representation in your head happens to have a capacity to become self-aware and self-determining and self-checking and self-validating just happens to be the perfect mirror of the kind of process that we would expect given an understanding of absoluteness, such that the world is one world. And if it's not one world, it's two worlds, and there are two worlds in one world, no matter how many times you want to split it. And therefore, the world has to generate itself, and therefore reason generating itself would have to match the absolute self-generation of the world. So you can't really, to say, well, there's something more fundamental to reason, just saying, well, there's a reason behind reason. Yeah?
Well, so it seems like you're saying that there is an object like a particle. For that particle to exist, there has to be some kind of rationale or reason to make it coherent or something. But to me, rationality, reason are languages like English. Like English didn't exist prior to, I don't know, whatever year it was invented. And that's totally fine because reality particles don't care about English. They're not governed by English. English is a descriptor of the things. And so why couldn't rationality be like that? It's just a language invented by humans to describe things. Why must it be this more fundamental essence kind of a thing that for an object to exist and that this rationality must exist with it?
Well, I mean, those are your presuppositions. I mean, you can have them, but in order for you to have a proof of that, you'd have to then have your own self-grounding and reason to prove that this is indeed the case and conceptually legitimate. Because otherwise, you can just conceive any concept that we want, presuppose so many things within it that we aren't even aware of, and have discussions in which we're going to go nowhere because, well, here's my presupposition, here's your presupposition, and we never really even talk about the same thing.
Well, I'm asking, why do you like those presuppositions? Anybody can have presuppositions, that's right. But is there any justification for it? Or did you just arbitrarily say, I like these are my favorite ones? So if my position, just to clarify, if my position is equally as justified a presupposition as yours, then they're equivalent starting points, I would guess. But I'm asking, like, is there a reason why you would prioritize yours over mine? Is there some definitive factor that would say, oh, it couldn't be the physicalist way, it has to be the rationalist way because of argument or evidence or something, rather than it just being a presupposition?
Well, it seems to me that you're mixing up ontological and logical determinations here, which aren't the same thing. This is not a case of Hegel's not a rationalist in the sense that there is some kind of disembodied mind or whatever. there is no opposition of materialism to this idealism. They're not opposites at all. All idealism means is determinacy, particularly determinacy in obviously a rational whole. Rationality being just literally relationality. Insofar as you can relate anything, you have rationality. That's why I give the example of Saturn. So physicalism is itself a determination of idealism, in this case, as Hegel means it. So that's a false dichotomy. As for the reason why, well, the reason why is that Hegel can prove the self-rationality of reason as self-generative, absolutely. So there's no runaway of, well, there's always a further reason that I can never account for. Now, whether you want to buy that is a whole different thing. But there is a whole huge argument in the science of logic to prove this. And it cannot be proven in this, simple abstractions of propositions of like, oh, well, if I give you A, B, and C, and therefore, D. I wish it was that easy, but it totally isn't. So you'd have to go see for yourself, whether you found this project to be leading somewhere that you found interesting, so that you would commit to actually going through it. Otherwise, it's just it's a hard thing to sell.
You said that physicalism and Hegelian idealism aren't mutually exclusive. That part I got lost on a little bit. So, because it seems like physicalism entails quantum fields are the most fundamental things, and all rationality is like English. It doesn't exist. It's just a human construct of the brain and nothing more. Whereas it seems like the Hegelian perspective is that rationality is more fundamental part of reality, kind of a thing. It's not just a language we made up in our brains. It's actually something more significant than that. And so that would seem like a contradiction.
No, because if you look at quantum fields, they're rational. They're determinable. You're seeing relationships there.
Sure. But the rationality doesn't exist in physics. It's just a descriptor.
Well,
so
no, like it's not a descriptor. Like the relationships are there.
I'm not sure.
That's just a fact.
Yes, but the relationships are.
There's the atomic nucleus. There are the electrons. The relationship is there. That's just a fact.
Yes, it's a fact that is because of the
exactly.
physics.
So, and that's exactly why I say rationality for Hegel is just determinability.
Well, the relationships in physics. The relationships in physics are physical facts. It's because it has this physical nature that it has a relationship. The relationships aren't fundamental.
There's nothing wrong with rationality being physical. Determinability of all kinds is rational. That's just all it is.
Well, the determinability in physics is completely secondary. Like even if something is never determinable.
No, the fact that it is determinable is rational. If it's not determinable, then who cares? You're speaking about nothing.
Well, no, like in quantum mechanics, there's the position that randomness is fundamental. There's actually a randomness force, which is undeterminable, and that it's impossible to know the momentum and whatever. I forget speed.
Sure, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but that indeterminability itself is determinable. That's why we have field equations to begin with, and they work perfectly fine. So any determinability at all is rational. That's all that idealism means. It's not this opposition between physical and mental. That's not it. It's just determinability as such.
Well, I don't see what the importance of determinability is here. Why even use the word? Why just say physics? Let's just say like there isn't determinability. Say there is physical particles, physical energy.
Because physics is itself a determinable relationship between the non-physical and the physical.
Sure, but
so physics is clearly not fundamental because it still has a relationship, which is a rational relationship. It's not what is built on, but itself is built up from. Below field equations, we still have notions of causality. We still have notions of what it is to be an object. We still have notions of conceptuality. We still have notions of essentialities. These are just structures of any object whatsoever, physical or mental, of any kind. And you can't take atoms and electrons and build those things out of those. That doesn't mean anything. It's those things which are conceptually built of lower elements,
Yeah, I see it the other way. I see it that rationality delineations, those are all built by particles, physics.
Well,
And I think that's the consensus
you
among
you
physicists.
can't build cause and effect from atoms.
Sure, you can. Why not?
No, you can't.
Why not?
Prove it.
Well, you're presupposing you can't.
Well, I know you can't.
Based
But we're just gonna get into a whole like my presuppositions versus your presuppositions. Insofar as we're having this discussion in abstraction, what I'm presenting is indeed presuppositional in that presupposes my positions. So we're just gonna get nowhere with that. I suppose that's kind of the end of that train of thought.
well, it's the point is that in physics, everything is made of physical stuff. The relations are all subservient to the physical stuff. It's all particles all the way down, essentially, and that seems
Right,
to
right.
be
And
a
my point
hard.
is that those things, and my point is that those things are themselves determinable by other things. You can't determine those things without having a determination of objectivity, of essentiality, relationships of identity, of difference, of ground and grounded. These things already go before you even get to a physical object. So, logically speaking, it's a no-go. It's just blatantly false that, those concepts are built from those things. That doesn't even make any sense. It makes sense if you don't think about it. But if you try to conceptually explain what is going on, those come before. You can't explain field equations without a concept of objectivity. I mean, this is a very basic Kantian thing.
Right, but I can explain objectivity as a concept in the brain.
Right, but the brain is itself a concept determined by your aspect of reasoning. So you still have to explain reasoning as to why reasoning has any validity whatsoever.
Right. So it seems like, from my perspective, what you're saying is that if we can label something or imagine something, then that thing has this quality of rationality to it, and therefore the rationality must be basic to all things that can be imagined. To me, that seems no different than saying, well, I can label something with a word, therefore words must be fundamental to all things, and then clearly that's
No, I'm
false.
just saying that anything determinable, it's not about my labels, it's the fact that things are determinable at all.
Well, how's that
You don't
different
have
from
to
my word
label a
example?
triangle triangle. Well, no, you don't have to label a triangle, for example. A triangle has objective properties that whatever you want to say about it, it's going to have those no matter what. On a 2D plane, a triangle has 180 degrees, some angles. You can subdivide any triangle into a right triangle, which, is subject to the dynamics of the Pythagorean equations for the hypotenuse. That's just a fact, consequent to the construction itself. That's not my subjective labeling. That is what a triangle is. You can call it whatever. You can give it any name. That's not the problem. The problem is that a certain determination is a certain relation, and a certain relation has a specific consequence. You can only stick the Lego blocks together in so many ways, objectively. You can believe anything else you want, but objectively, you can only stick them together in one certain way.
I would agree, but I'd say that's because of the fields of physics, not because of relations, but that's because of the fields of physics. And relations,
Which are relations. I mean, like we're getting into linguistic things here. It seems
well,
that
this is the part that I
perhaps
disagree
the
with.
whole
They are
barrier.
not relations. They are not relations. Relations are the things we add to them. We say they relation things, but no, those don't exist. Those are words we make up. They are physics. They are fields, and relations don't come until after the fields. The fact that I can label it a relation doesn't make it somehow fundamental.
It's
Any
not
more
a
than I can,
label. I mean, like a field is already a relationship.
it's a label, which is, yes, in our language.
No, it's not a label. A field, okay, if you define a field, the field already is relational.
Yes, because we've defined it. That's a word. We've given it a
No,
label.
it's not defined. It is relational.
I'm not sure
You
what you're
can't have
saying.
a field that isn't related. So
Right, but that's like you say, you can't have an object that you can't describe with a word. Relatedness here is just that
no,
we
okay, see,
share.
hold on. Can you please stop doing that? I've already told you multiple times. My position is not to do with words. So please stop projecting that position on me.
Well, I'm not
I
projecting.
mean,
That's the
otherwise we're
question.
going nowhere.
The question is from my perspective, I see no difference between your position on relations and my analogy with words. I'm not accusing you of this. I'm trying to figure out why yours isn't this, because as far as I can tell, I can't see any substantive difference between the two.
Because the descriptions being given are of the relationships themselves. It's not like definition first and then go look for it. No. These are actual relationships already enacted, which your language is merely being used pragmatically to track. The language is not the source of meaning, it's the thing itself.
Right, I understand what you're saying there, but that's why I brought up the initial example of asking, can an object exist prior to rationality and rationality be emergent from that thing or whatever? And you didn't really give a no there.
No, I did answer. I said, you're mistaking rationality to be this representation in my mind. That's not what rationality is. Rationality is determinability.
How is that not a relationship in your mind?
Because Saturn has the radius it has, whether I think about it or not. That's just the determinable fact of how it is.
Well, I just
It has a certain positionality within. It has a certain positionality in the solar system. It has a certain positionality in relationship to its moons. Whether I give it a number, whether I give it a name, has nothing to do with it. That's just the existential fact. Now, it seems that you just have a problem with that. The word relational brings up connotations for you that doesn't bring up for me.
Well, sort of.
Yeah, TJump, there's a comment that a field is just as much of a label as relational. And how do you respond to the allegation that you're pulling a sort of greedy nominalist?
Was that the TJump or was that the AW? So I think we need some clarification.
Well, basically, it sounds like they're saying that you're both special pleading your own positions.
Well, I'm not arguing for a position here. I'm just asking questions. I'm not specifically saying there is one truth.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to clarify my statement. So what I meant to say was, if we're going to say, oh, relationality, we came up with that. That's a concept we have. We just apply that to what is. That supervenes on the fundamental. Well, then it seems to me if you introduce some category like particle or field or atom, it's just the same thing all over again. That's also a category we came up with, right? The question is not what is the content of these categories, but in fact, do these categories carve nature of the joints? And merely presupposing my categories do and yours don't, well, that's just kind of greedy in a dialectical sense, right? That's just kind of not taking my interlocutor's position seriously. So yeah, that's what I mean. Like, why should I? Let's say I'm just a pure skeptical nominalist. Why should I take fields or particles any more seriously than God or the soul or relationality?
Well, it's kind of exactly my point. Is that if you're assuming rationality is the basic thing, and I can propose this alternative that particles are the basic thing, why are you excluding that? That's the question. And the fact that you can label it or that you have some relation that you think can be applied to describe that thing. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's not that the relation must pre-exist to the particle. So that's the whole point, is that it seems like the Hegelian position is presupposing its own ontology, that rationality is basic because you can describe things with rationality. But I'm like, well, is there another reason somewhere?
Do you understand that what AW is describing in Hegel is not some kind of metaphysical realist position about the fundamental nature of the world?
No, I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's going to be the problem, right? What he's trying to explain, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but what he's trying to explain is that the way that rationality for Hegel, right, is going to be quote-unquote fundamental, right, is that we're only going to know, according to Hegel, about the world, right, through the picture that we construct of it in investigating the object of experience, right?
Yeah, that's epistemic solipsism. So epistemology, I'm fine.
No, it's not epistemic solipsism. It's called constructivism.
It's epistemic solipsism. So you think and you
no,
learn
it's
from the
constructivism.
You saying it again doesn't make you right on this one. So I understand
all
epistemology.
You did was say it again.
I did epistemology.
Come on,
you
guys.
don't understand epistemology.
All right, guys, come on. Let's let everybody talk.
It seems to be kind of an irrelevant debate.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. You weren't too far off, Piper. I mean, it is constructivist, but it's not merely constructivist. There is an objectivity to it.
I agree.
But I'm more interested in AW receiving.
Yeah, I just think we're probably having a linguistic missing each other's points here, I suppose. We're just speaking a very different set of languages.
Yeah, that could be.
Although,
yeah, sorry, go
I
ahead.
mean, although if I can answer then to the specific thing about like, presupposing relationality, no, you don't have to presuppose. As a matter of fact, that's what exactly the being nothing thing is for. I try to think the unrelated, and yet I find I have the relationship to the, being and nothing, the expectation of the immediacy which is and the immediacy which is not. And from this, relationships just happen to necessarily arise, insofar as the thing is in itself. What is in itself is just simply not being another. And this itself then posits relationality necessarily. And likewise in relationality, you need the immediacies which are unrelated. That insofar as you have relationships or being for others, Hegel calls it, you need to have the being in itself. You need to have the immediacy which is unrelated to the other. But the unrelatedness is it's already posited in being unrelated as not being that which is the relationship, which relates it to the relationship. These are conceptual riddles of sorts, dialectics, as he calls them, in which positing these categories is going to lead you into a whole issue in which the metaphysics of atomism, so to say, and the metaphysics of pure relationality, like something like Buddhist emptiness, are two sides of the exact same coin. They're not independent of each other. They can't be stated independently. They come together. And that's where something like determination would be the solution for Hegel, where determination is that which has both immediate being in itself, but also the immediacy of relationship, which is in itself. So it is an independent in itself, but it's also relational at the same time, necessarily. It is contradictory, but that's how it is.
So you said Buddhism and materialism can be conjoined through the dialectic, and why would you want to do that? Like, why wouldn't you want to say they are different things and one is potentially more accurate than the other?
Well, it's not why you would want to do that, but that would presuppose that you're trying to construct an argument towards something. Hegel's not constructing an argument towards anything.
Well,
he's just seeing the way things are coming together.
What does he mean by coming together here? So, like, they're coming together in that you can both use rationality or words to describe them, and they're coming together in what sense?
Coming together of their own account.
What does that mean?
It's like the thing, like with being and nothing. I don't know how I can set it more simply, or the being in itself. But insofar as you have a being in itself, the understanding is that it's not another. In order to say this thing's independent, it's independent from a dependency. That's just logically what's happening. You can't make sense of this without having that other meaning entailed in it. There's a way to see this in which like all the meaning is literally just a negation of that other meaning. And so the other meaning is what grounds it. So you go from like that which is immediately just self-contained to that which in which it's a relationship, at least to the unrelationship. And then itself points right back to the things which are supposed to be unrelated. Because you can't have relationships without things which are unrelated to begin with, which have an independent being. So you have the independent atom and you have the relationships tied together just necessarily. The very meaning of them, to think about them, requires it. And this is not some kind of new insight. Quite frankly, plenty of people in history have discovered this. Someone like Nagarjuna discovered this, for example. A lot of the Hindu logicists, logicians discovered this. As a matter of fact, that's why they were skeptical about reason. This is why people thought that there was something more fundamental than reason. They're like, well, reason can't make sense of of the world because reason has these contradictions. They don't even make sense to reason itself, and they're just necessary. You can't escape them.
Oh, so there is something more fundamental than reason?
No, I'm saying that they had the reason to think there was something more fundamental reason because they saw these contradictions. And so they thought, well, reason seems to be hamstrung here. You reach these limits in which, reason doesn't make any sense anymore because it's literally staying a contradiction.
And you would disagree? You say that the contradiction is okay?
Yeah.
Is there an advantage or something we can do if we adopt this ideology that we wouldn't be able to do under a different ideology?
You can make more sense of things. I mean, like I said, in abstraction, all this stuff doesn't really seem to make any sense. And I myself actually profess this to people who want to learn about this, and they're like, I want to learn about this because I think I'm going to do something with this. To which I respond, you're not going to do anything with this. There's no way to think dialectically about cooking your breakfast or running your organization or teaching your kids. You do that with regular old thinking. You don't need philosophical thinking for this kind of thing. This kind of thinking is specifically only to consider pure categories, nothing else.
And which categories does it make more sense of than science or classical philosophy?
Well, science doesn't make sense of categories, so that's sort of nonsense. Insofar as it makes sense of stuff in classical philosophy, it makes sense about them in the same way they did. It just goes and shows that there are necessary connections, which were not considered by many people. There were some people who did consider them, and which you can show that this is just the necessary structure of these concepts. And people who looked at it and said, like, oh, well, there's a contradiction here, and therefore there stops the buck. We give up on reason. Hegel says, well, we don't have to. Why would we? Sure, the thing shows up to be self-contradictory in that it turns into its opposite, or entails its opposite, or is immediately self-inverting at the same time with its opposite. Why is that a problem? We can keep thinking. There is no issue. The fact that you notice that being and nothing, are stuck within a loop, turning into each other, doesn't mean anything. We can think further, because then we can say, well, we know that this actually does make sense. We have a concept for it, becoming. And then becoming itself has ceasing to be and coming to be. And those itself lock up into a different determination of existence. And existence itself also has been to lock up within determinacy and quality of reality and negation. Where in order to be real, you have to be distinct from the negation, and therefore you negate the negation. Therefore, you're actually just nothing but negations. But the negation itself stands its own relationship to itself as the negation of the reality, which is its negation. Therefore, it itself is real. And you get that out of that. The whole system is what something is. It's a qualified thing or a qualified quality in a way. The whole thing couldn't keep constructing. There is no problem. So, for Hegel, it's like, well, contradiction is a big, so what? Yes, there is a contradiction, and so what? It doesn't stop us from thinking. We can still keep thinking. So we do.
So is he saying there are literally P and not P kind of contradictions, true contradictions?
Not of that formal kind, no. Like, insofar as A is A really is A. But logically entailed that is also the non-A, to which the A as identity is being distinguished. So, in the very fact that you say A equals A, there's a distinction. You're using difference to loop back and re-identify A with A in the proposition of A equals A. Somebody might then go and say, really, difference is really the fundamental thing. It's not actually identity. But then in order to get the identities, you also need, in order to get the difference, you need the identities which separate. So these are contradictions, but there's no problem with that. If you specify that in this moment, this thing is in this identity moment, that's perfectly fine. In another moment, it's in the difference moment, and that's perfectly fine. And then you'll get positions in which both things will happen at the same time, like becoming. Becoming is both being and nothing at the same time to the same extent. It's not more being or more nothing. It's both being and nothing at the same time to the full extent. So, that's a contradiction in the sense of, P and not P, I suppose.
Wait, so does that mean there are or not true contradictions? I'm lost.
Depending on what you mean, yes, but also no. Because from one side of the process, a thing can be contradictory, but from another side, it's perfectly reasonable. If you just think the dialectic of being and nothing from within, there's no problem. You think the immediate, you fail to think. You think about your failure to think, and you're back to thinking, or back to thought, really. From within, it's just one sequence of events, which there's no problem. You're just thinking through it, thinking about it, thinking through it again. It's only from standing back as a whole that you see, oh, well, it's actually both these things at once. Then it's contradictory.
Do we want that in a system? Wouldn't we prefer one that doesn't have any contradictions?
Why wouldn't you?
Well,
I mean, like Hegel's whole thing is like, well, people just presuppose that there's something wrong with contradiction, but we can work with it perfectly fine. And it's just true. Like the structure of immediacy leads to an incapacity to draw anything out of it, which itself leads to the absence of the thing itself, which is a nothing. That's just the conceptual fact, if you want to call it. So it's not like whether I want it. It's not whether I want it or not. It's just the case. So you're going to deal with it.
Well, it's because you said that the benefit of adopting this ideology is that it makes sense of things or helps people understand things. And it seems like a system that adopts contradictions does the opposite of that. It makes it harder to make sense of things and harder to understand things. And so if we're looking for an ideology that does help people to understand things better, one with contradictions seems to be counterproductive towards that goal.
Well, I can see why you would think that from the outside, but if you actually went through this, it's perfectly reasonable. It makes more sense than anything I have ever encountered. Most of the things that I read nowadays, which tends to be usually ancient philosophy and just German idealist stuff for the most part, occasionally some other people, it's the same things. Whenever people are thinking truly, they cannot help it. Like they literally cannot help it no matter how they try. They arrive at these same exact contradictions because it's just what they really are. You can couch your definitions however you like, and people have tried to death. You have the fundamental problems of skepticism, which skepticism always pulls up, of the self-contradictions of the fundamental positions of philosophy. So you got to deal with it, whether you like it or not. The fact that you bury your head and just eschew the issue and pretend like a lot of people said, well, I'm just going to grab this horn of skepticism and go with it, as if that's the solution, which it's not. It's just turning a blind eye to the whole issue. Well, sure, if you want to ignore the issue, can't stop you, but if you actually want to solve the philosophical riddles, you got to deal with it.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I like the particle physics model, because particles don't have contradictions. We can have our language and our rationality can have contradictions in ways that we describe reality, but reality doesn't have any contradictions if it's just particles. And so I think that is a more parsimonious way to address reality in a way that makes sense without the contradictions.
Well, there's plenty of contradictions with particles.
Like what?
The whole being and nothing, the whole being in itself being for other, they are related. There's no atomism without relationships. As much as you want to think that there is, you're not really thinking if you think that there is. I mean, like quantum mechanics is full of a bunch of nonsense, quite frankly, like quantum superpositions and all that jazz. I mean, if anything, I would think that somebody who believes in modern physics would be quite comfortable with contradictions, because most of it is contradictions of the bad kind, quite frankly.
All right, that's it for my questions.
Thank you so much, TJump. It was awesome to hear from you. I hope this was as awesome and entertaining for you as it was for me. Looking forward to the next one. AW,
thank you for the information. Yeah. Thank you for the invitation. This was an enjoyable chat.
How are you doing? Are you able to still take some questions?
Sure, yeah.
Hello.
Go ahead. Thanks for joining in. Please mute. We've had Piper who's been patiently waiting for quite some time. Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so I mean, I have a few questions that I could ask, but the question that I think is most important to ask is related to the fact that on your blog you've been writing about Eastern, the East and Eastern philosophy, as I take it, from a Hegelian perspective. And I was really interested when I saw that because, of course, there's this um, unfortunate fact about Hegel that he disregards the East. Um, and so I guess I'll kind of roll a couple questions into one. One, do you think that what do you think is like the biggest takeaway from or the biggest takeaway for Hegelians related to Eastern philosophy? Right, what's the most kind of important um, takeaway from Eastern philosophy for Hegelians? And then, were you inspired by any kind of Hegelian scholarship trying to bridge the gap between Hegel and the East, or have you kind of come upon that kind of project on your own?
Yeah, to answer the what can a Hegelian take from Eastern philosophy, it's pretty damn close. Particularly once you get to the late Chinese philosophy of Neo-Confucianism, or well, I prefer to call it Dao Shui because it's more to the spirit of what it is. Um, it's a synthesis of all the traditions of philosophy in China under the umbrella of Confucianism. It's the most Chinese of them all, in that China has always been a place obsessed with ethics, ethical substantiality, concreteness. And so Neo-Confucianism is a place where you get the link between Taoist metaphysics to the concrete level of social life. Also, you get some links towards some Buddhist psychological stuff, and as well as metaphysical stuff, particularly with substance and function. If you think about things, I don't even know if it's not even proper to say it's in a Hegelian way, because thought functions the same way across thinkers once you figure out how to think conceptually. Thinking conceptually is not like thinking with propositions as modern analytics do, quite frankly. It's more about thinking with structures, analogies, metaphors. This does not thereby mean that there is some kind of lack of rigor. There isn't. As a matter of fact, I find this stuff to be far more rigorous than anything analytic I've ever read. Because the links are so much stronger in the arguments, and they're not simply propositional, formal arguments. They're arguments about content, such that certain contents give rise to certain syllogisms, and certain syllogisms give rise to certain contents. The form and the content are tied together. So I think what I find most fascinating is that Dao Shui, which is the learning of the way, is probably the most intuitive form of Hegelianism I have found. Yes, if you're not familiar with that kind of thinking, which, I mean, if you have trouble reading somebody like Lao Tzu, you have trouble reading somebody like Heraclitus. And you have trouble reading like somebody like Heraclitus, you probably have trouble with some of Plato's dialogues as well, because similar things happen about inversions. But if you're comfortable with that and just like you're very good at just following a concept along, even if you don't realize that it's going to be a contradiction in the end, a lot of the Dao Shui just comes very naturally to some very strong conclusions, which are true. They're not argued to the same specificity and strength that someone like Hegel would in his philosophy of right, but pretty darn close. The way they justify a lot of this stuff about tradition, for example, is actually very metaphysically grounded, such that you can see how the metaphysics leads to that kind of view necessarily. And a lot of the metaphysics is just simply concretely grounded. I mean, they were highly observant and interested in the patterns of animals, the patterns of the seasons, the cycles of things. And they looked at everything within processes of relationalities and totalities. So I don't know that a Hegelian would learn anything new I mean, I don't think that I have, but it gave me an appreciation for Chinese thought, which I did not have before. I frankly hold it above Indian philosophy. But my knowledge of Indian philosophy is now comparatively shallower than my knowledge of Chinese philosophy. So I'm not giving a final judgment there, but I certainly find myself far more attracted to Chinese philosophy in the way that it proceeds. As a matter of fact, Indian philosophy strikes me as far more analytic, and it surprises me that analytics don't tend to be aware or like Indian philosophy very much, despite that a lot of their modern interests are actually quite strongly presaged in far earlier Indian thinkers. A lot of the epistemical stuff, but a lot of the ontological issues, very propositionally minded, not very conceptually minded for the most part, although there's plenty of that are conceptually minded. China's rising. It's good to know the Chinese worldview. And believe it or not, learning that entire history of philosophy made me well aware that despite all the Chinese communist attempts at getting rid of this backwards culture that they so-called back in during the Mao era, it's all still there, and it's all back. It's not gone. They call it Marxism, they could call it whatever they want. The same metaphysical assumptions, the same logics of relationality and activities still dominate Chinese intellectual thought, no matter what kind. So it gives you an insight into how China as a state and society operates today and will operate in the future, most likely. As for my interest just came out of, I mentioned this earlier because Jen asked, came out of realizing that I was ignorant of China, and because China is a rising power, it's probably pertinent to start learning a bit about what they think, just as how the rest of the world for the last 100 years has found it pertinent to understand what we think.
Thank you. That was a very edifying answer. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a follow-up, or can I keep going?
Well, yeah, I think 2 questions from me should be enough. You can go on somebody else.
Jordan, I saw you unmuted before. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I just had a question as related to your conversation with TJump before. When you say like the category or like the contradictions are necessary, are you getting this from like how Kant had like the antinomies of reason, that he thought that like no matter which way you put it, there's going to be like a contradiction that's going to be coming up no matter what you do. Like the example he might give is that like in some way that if you try to deduce what is the beginning of time, you'll be led to think it's infinite and also finite at the same time. So in that way it's contradictory. Do you think that that's like necessary within the stage of like any sort of reasoning for Hegel? And that's why you got it, or am I mistaken how you arrived at that process?
No, that's like Kant's dialectics are not at all like Hegel's. Kant is just simply following what was already known about certain contradictions from Sextus Empiricus, in which actually even before that it was well known with the sophists in Greece. That was their mode of operation. They could argue both sides equally whenever it came to particularly metaphysics. And the reason it worked was precisely because these categories are so fundamental that they're tied both to each other. And that wasn't what people realized, but they realized that they seemed opposite, and you could argue for them equally. There was good reason for both of them. Kant does not think that this is some kind of inherent contradiction to reason. He just thinks about the undecidability of these positions, towards which he provides a solution by splitting them into noumenal and phenomenal sides. So that, on the noumenal sense, the world is eternal, but on the phenomenal sense, it's finite. Hegel's contradictions are much different. It's just like the contradictions are just simply like the oppositions or determinations of a triangle. where, if you have two angles and one side, the whole triangle is now determined because you determine the other two sides, and within that you determine, the third angle, and then within that, if you need specific distance relationships by splitting from the vertical down the middle, you can split it into a right triangle, which always will have, the a squared plus b squared equals c squared, no matter what triangle it is.
So-
those kinds of relationships are just inherent to the initial determination.
Oh, I see. In that way, Hegel doesn't have to make that like phenomenal numinal divide. He could just say it's inherent within the object, right?
Yeah.
I see. And my other question is that does Hegel believe in the same sort of like transcendental categories that Kant believes, like, relation and modality and quality, for instance, that are needed for experience to get knowledge of things a priori, synthetic a priori, actually?
No, it doesn't. Concepts are all metaphysical. So it's not about my mind, it's about just what an object as such is.
I see. So then you don't need the categories because, um, I guess it would just be kind of like limiting it to yourself. You propose them or something, right?
Yeah, you don't have to presuppose the categories at all. Things reveal their own determinations on their own account.
I think I'm confused 'cause I don't understand them well enough, but like, couldn't you have things like that exist in themselves? Like Aristotle thought, like, he didn't make a phenomenal numinal divide or anything. Um, and yet he still had his famous categories that existed, right? Like, couldn't Hegel do something like that? Like, in trying to divide up objects.
Well, no, because anything that's in itself is already negatively related as to that which is externally relational. Otherwise, you'd only have one in itself, and it would just be self-related. Either way, relationships arise. So you don't really need you don't need to presuppose the categories, and you don't have any. There's no valid notion of, well, what if I can conceive a thing that's just perfectly self-related and independent and just never relates to us in the world? Well, okay, you're positing a possibility. Who cares?
Yeah, oh, I see. Then that way it would be kind of like useless, I guess, to have those categories in place because they're just dividing things up that aren't demonstrated at all.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, that was my only questions. Thank you.
Hey, Maximo, thanks for joining. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question for AW. I want to know how would Hegelianism answer the problem of the criterion? So it goes somewhat like, what do we know? How do we know? What is a criterion for deciding what knowledge is, and why use that one over any other one?
All right. Well, that's what the phenomenology of spirit answers. There's two ways to go about it, actually. You can be charitable to the person who's asking that and just go with their assumptions, which is what the phenomenology does. Which is, okay, fine, I'm not going to put forth what is true and what is not, or how to get truth. You tell me. And so somebody says, like, well, truth is, sense certainty is what immediately is before me, and before the senses, and that's how I know. And then you can just look at that structure and think about it, and see that in that there are relationships. It's not as immediate as it claims to be. It claims that it's making no judgments, no universal things are involved, but universal aspects are involved in the sense of categories are being employed of this, here, now. Relationships are being employed in the very determination of the this, because the this is not another this. Each now is not another now. Each here is not another here. The way you specify here is precisely in relationship or negative relationship to another here. So this position of immediacy turns out to be not immediate, and so fine, okay. Then you have the aspect of the universality of language with the individuality or particularity of sensuality, and these two don't cohere, and language can't specify that individuality, so you can't really say even to yourself what it is that you're specifying. Even if you just erase language, you just point things out, the same thing happens. You're pointing as pointing doesn't mean any specific thing. All things are pointed to, so you can't pick out. So from that, Hegel moves on to perception. In perception you have sensuous universals, the unity of a universality which brings together sensuous particularities like qualities on a substrate. And again, you have these issues of, do we really have a thing, or do we just have the quality, properties? Because if we have the thing, the only way we know the thing is because of the qualities, the properties which are appended to it. And then we go and investigate the things. Well, the properties. The properties themselves are constituted in a way that either relate each other negatively through some kind of divisor, like the substance, or if you take them to be independent things themselves, they themselves turn out to be in the exact same structure of substances. So you have substance and properties following into each other, so you can't ground properties and substance, no substance and properties. All of these things is simply the case that even if you don't posit a criterion, you have a self-corrective mechanism in which if you just think about things, your own reason notices contradictions and absences and gaps of explanation. So even if you don't know what the proper meaning of knowing is, you're still able to act and at least judge, even if you don't even know by what metric you have a right to judge. Even if you just take somebody else's metric, you can judge through that and see its own failure on its own ground. The ultimate justification for this is, in the end, this absolute knowing of a knowing that knows itself, in which is constantly determining itself. The procedure of determination is not discovered in the phenomenology of spirit, it's discovered in the science of logic, where we do explicitly build up to the notions of a self-conceptualization in which we find out what it means to even be true, and therefore what the check of reason really is, which is a self-correspondence, and what it does it mean to self-correspond as a concept to an object, or really ultimately a concept to a concept. Because the concept is simply just the subjective side or the active side of an object in its making or its being, and then the object is simply that concept, being sort of like something that spins so fast that it seems solid. That's what objectivity ultimately is, and because the concept self-encloses and deals only with itself, anything that would relate to it from outside wouldn't penetrate into it, and therefore you have these relationships of mechanism, chemism, teleology, and all that jazz. So the answer to the how do we deal with the problem of the criterion is don't assume a criterion and just think.
Maximo, you're muted, but did you want to pose any follow-ups?
Yeah, sorry. So I interpreted this as like two answers to this. So one, you first said to that like the criterion changes over time as we go through a process of like self-reflection. But then you said at the end that we just don't have a criterion anyways.
Yeah. I mean, insofar as you posit a criterion,
right,
reason is going to lead you to check on it, even if you don't fully understand why. You still have that check, and what it would mean for the criterion to ultimately be true is that it could survive this check.
Okay. Yeah. So you're saying for like this criterion kind of like does a self-evaluation, and when it fails to live up to its standards, it moves on to a higher form.
Yeah. Because usually the usual sense is like, oh well, this failed, and it's not that you suddenly make something completely new up without taking into account just what happened and what went wrong. But you do look for a new conception that takes into account what went wrong and can find it and can make sense of it. Just like
sure,
how.
Yeah. So my question would be like then. Oh, go on.
Yeah, I was going to give you, like, for the example of quantum mechanics, the new conception of reality for physics came about because there were problems with classical mechanics. So the new conception, the new criterion of what is true, built off of what we found to be the failures of classical mechanics. So we realized that criterion was wrong. So we put a new criterion that doesn't have those flaws, and we just keep reiterating. At least in empirical science, we keep reiterating on that. But philosophically, what happens is not only are we just substituting something else that doesn't have the problems, but in not having the problems, it happens to usually be also containing and making sense of the relationships that couldn't be made sense of in the prior one. And therefore, the rationality of the process is increasing.
Okay. So you're saying like the new criterion encapsulates all the truth of the old one.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So again, I guess what I would ask is this: does this process ever stop, or do you think it's infinitely eternal?
For
Or
empirical things, probably not. I mean, there might be a case in which I think we'll keep finding out new things about physics probably forever. I don't see why not. But philosophically, there's many things in which there is a clear end. As far as like the structures of metaphysics, there is, as far as I can tell, not going to be any further developments. You're not going to find some kind of new modality, for example. You're not going to find any form of substantiality. Like most forms of essentiality are already themselves just repetitions of the basic concept of essence to begin with. So, a lot of it is empty repetition.
I'm not quite sure. So I'm not quite sure I understood that. Like, are you saying we'll just make an exhaustive list of all the categories that we need to think through any such case of knowledge or truth? So we get to like the state of like
On the
just like
on the structure of
absolutely
objects. Yeah, on the
right. So like
structure of objects.
okay, yeah. So do you think we'll get to like the state of absolute certainty of any knowledge claim?
Yeah, we can have absolute certainty on the structure of objects. On any specific object, there might be, like, for example, before the internet existed, probably 100 years prior, nobody had any notion that what the internet would be. But how the internet has played out is a specific instantiation of how a lot of organic logics play out. So, is it a new instantiation? Yes. But is it like something that's radically categorically new? No, not really. It's just like how, if you have animals, most animals share a DNA base. There are specifications, but the general way that animals function, that they have some level of consciousness for the most part. They have to have some kind of motor controls. They have appetites. They have to feed in some way, whether by sunlight or by eating other things. Those basic logics don't change, and those are very finite and final.
Okay. Okay.
Samo,
So
do you have anything else to say? I see we've been joined by Pessimistic Idealism. Thank you so much, as well as Messi. I think Messi joined first, so I maybe.
yeah, you can let it off to one of them.
Good
All right,
evening.
thanks.
Hi, thanks for joining. Go ahead, Messi, and then we'll hand it over.
Hi. Good to be back. Am I audible? Am I good?
You're sounding great.
Great. Okay, so in one of the friend groups I'm in, they're now discovering the degree to which the concept of the individual in modernity is made to be superfluous. Not only in the sense that what comprises the individual is reducible to certain principles, but also in the sense that what makes you you, or what commodities you choose to affiliate yourself with, what you do with your time, how you self-identify, and maybe who you are in relation to others. You know the deal. But personally, I have my own reservations and thoughts. But my question is, how does Hegel deal with the self?
Probably the best explanation I've heard of this is from Jay Bernstein, who says, the notion of the self in Hegel is like spirit and team spirit, in that an individual is constituted within a matrix of relationships. As a matter of fact, you can't be an individual at all without a matrix of relationships. Outside of those relationships, you're simply a particularity in the world. And as a matter of fact, if you're the only one of your kind, you're neither universal nor individual, nor even particular. You're a blip in existence. The day you die, your kind ends. You came out of existence out of nothing, you go back to nothing. To be an individual is to be specified in some kind of structure. So in a team, in a baseball team, you're individuated within your role in the team. You're either the pitcher, the catcher, the batter, outfield, infield. That's what individuality is. So you're individuated within some kind of social nexus or matrix. This poses no problem for individuality. The fact that your individuality is open to these relationships necessarily, and therefore you're not some self-made freak that appeared out of nowhere. Like say someone like Melchizedek in the Bible who just poofed into reality one day and then poofed out of it. I suppose, the only thing that I think people would find scary about that is to realize how much of their subjectivity is mass produced, particularly today. Whereas, why is it that most people end up wearing the same, there's so many fashions in the world. Why is it that, wherever you are at, usually most people, all dress the same? There's so many foods in the world. Why is it that most people are eating basically the same things? Well, you live in a mass society with things that are mass produced and things which are mass consumed. Everybody thinks that there's some kind of special individual, but the more you think that you're a special individual, the more you are like everybody else who thinks that they're a special individual. You eat McDonald's in the US, you eat McDonald's in China, even. You can go to various radically different parts of the world, and the more life converges, the more similar people are, just by the fact of mass produced society and mass consumption. That itself is only a problem if you have a problem with it, I suppose. I somewhat have a problem with it in that I wish that there were more people who were willing to go out of their way to be different, not just for difference's sake, but because they actually were different. We live in a society in which being different, and this is not the case that this is just modern. It's always been the case. If you're different in any society, people tend to not like you very much. You tend to be the weirdo who stands out. Unless you're a very special kind of weirdo, like being a guru in India or being a sage in China, in which case being a weirdo is pretty cool, and people eventually think that you're some kind of wise guy and come and ask you for things and give you things for free. But if you become conscious of how your subjectivity is produced, and you realize, wow, I'm just like everybody else, and you're like, yeah, that's okay, then yeah, it's fine. But if it freaks you out, then I suppose someone would have to ask themselves why it freaks them out. You realize, wow, I just believe what everybody else believes. If that leads you to asking questions of like, why do I believe these things? Why do I do these things? And for you to judge that, by your own light of reason, you realize that certain things are bad, or certain things were are not the kinds of things that ultimately you really thought you were doing, and that they don't express the things that you thought that they did. Like suppose you're rebellious youth nowadays. I don't know what rebellious youth do now. Back in my day, it was you got into punk and goth, and that's how you rebelled. Even then, it was mass produced. And if you thought that you were being rebellious by doing this, and that you were being an individual standing out, from the crowd, but really you're just putting yourself into another mass-produced identity, and you realize this, maybe that brings to light that you realize, I thought I was doing this thing, I'm actually not, and the only reason I was doing it was because I thought it was actually individuating me, but really I'm just falling into another mass identity. And then you actually do things that you actually want to do, and you realize that that's not really what you were into, that it's just kind of a phase, and you get a hobby, you get some kind of interest, blah blah blah, and then you actually individuate into what you really want. And if you're someone who's open-minded, you're usually kind of looking for new things. So you might be somebody who starts out with listening to typical hip hop, and you end up listening to someone like Bach, 10 years later, and you're a classical music snob. But that's perfectly fine.
Was that your path?
No, not really. I've never been obsessed with individuality. I mean, I'll
meant
admit that I was like,
the Bach thing.
yeah. No, I'm not a music snob. I do like Bach, and I do think it's pretty high up there aesthetically. But no, my path is more like I was just somebody who's always had some kind of affinity with truth and wanted to be true to truth. And insofar as I thought certain things were towards that end, I was trying to go after those.
Is that what landed you with an interest in philosophy? Just wanting to seek the truth?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I never like went out of my way to study this thing called philosophy, and I don't consider myself like a philosophy fan or anything, because I'm actually not. I don't care what most philosophers say. I care about the truth. So somebody's like, oh, you should read this guy, he's interesting. I don't care that they're interesting. They might be. But the question is what they're saying true, and are they worth my time? Are they saying anything new that I haven't heard before? Somebody like Deleuze, I will admit to you, is actually very interesting. But I don't feel that Deleuze is worth my time, because Deleuze is saying basically the same things Hegel says, but worse.
I don't think Deleuze is worth your time either.
I
Pessimistic
despise
idealism.
Deleuze. Hello.
Did you take over? Hey, thanks for joining in. Did you want to take over with the questions?
Let's see. I think Antonio is doing a pretty good job. I think he's really done a great job of demonstrating the problem involved with. Excuse me, I'm very clear-headed at the moment, as some might know in the chat. I think Antonio is doing a great job, so I'll leave it with him. To be honest, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for that short but poignant contribution. I see we have been joined by Dark Philosopher on the stage. Would you care to ask a question?
Hear me? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I just merely have a question. So you mentioned reading philosophers that have more truth into them. So if I was to start reading Hegel, would it be more worth my time to also read Spinoza or Schopenhauer?
No. As a matter of fact, my experience with people is that the less you know about philosophy, probably the better. Because then you don't come in primed with presuppositions about what things ought to mean. And that's the biggest obstacle I find with people, that they can't get away from, I think this is what this ought to mean, and Hegel's telling me that it's not, and I disagree. If you can't put those kinds of questions aside and just follow along and see if things go where he says they go, whether you ultimately agree with the beginning, because I think that the main issue people ultimately will have is, even if they grant, like someone like Shelley may grant and say, I think that, given what he does, it is what he says it is, but I don't buy the beginning and I don't buy the end. That's a different issue, but at least, you'll get something fruitful out of it if you can go through and just see what he's actually doing, as opposed to whether you ultimately agree with it or not. And he's pretty well self-contained. Hegel defines everything in his own works. You don't have to know and go to anybody else.
Thank you.
May I reply? Because
Sure.
I actually came to Hegel through Schopenhauer. And it was actually, to be honest, through a bit of a dissatisfaction with Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer, unlike Hegel, is heavily influenced by subjectivism, which is inescapable. He essentially holds to, he tries to continue the Kantian project of bifurcating reality into the phenomenon-noumenon distinction, but at the same time, he maintains to a certain notion of thought as something which operates on an immediately given, some kind of sensuous material, some kind of bare, immediate stuff that is, in some sense, impenetrable to thought because it is given and it does not have a particular structure which reflects thought. It's rather that thought somehow divides it up and breaks it up and categorizes it in such and such a way. But Schopenhauer, he was an empiricist at heart. He maintained an empiricist theory of meaning, which, compared to Hegel, is very, very different. Hegel would hold to no such thing as what Schopenhauer would hold to. Schopenhauer is in the tradition of Locke and even like in the British empiricists as well too. He's really something which you read in order to move beyond. And that's why I would kind of push back just a little bit upon on what Antonio is saying and say that like it's important to read Kant in order to move beyond Kant. You shouldn't get yourself caught up in Kant. You read him to progress beyond him. Now with Hegel, I think on the other hand, though, you read Hegel to stay within Hegel, but I don't think you can dive into Hegel without having the prerequisites, as it were, of being acquainted with the past. So I would just leave it at that, basically.
Sure. People have different ways of getting into it. My favorite way is like I got into Hegel without any of the background, quite frankly. I knew like Wikipedia, like 10-minute readings of level of Kant. And what I found out is he just does not reference other people. He does not take concepts from them. So reading other people does not tell you what Hegel will think.
Right.
Reading other people,
exactly.
however, will illuminate
Right.
the problems that Hegel is dealing with. But Hegel has no interest in like saying like, oh, to find out what I mean by substance, go read Spinoza. No, he defines substance close to what Spinoza does, but in his own way, such that that reading Spinoza won't tell you anything about what Hegel does. But you should read back, at least on secondary literature, I think. Whether you spend the time on primary, I don't know. That's kind of a big commitment. But there are books I do suggest, books like All or Nothing, Transcendental Argument, Skepticism, and Systematicity in German Idealism, which gives a great rundown from Leibniz all the way to Fichte, which shows you the problems these people were dealing with and why it leads to German idealism in the first place, such that you see that it does make sense that besides the ideas that people have in analytic philosophy, that philosophy can be disjunctive and disconnected, that really all these philosophies, even when they oppose each other, were actually very connected. And they were dealing with the same problems, and that the ways in which they dealt with them were not arbitrary, that each position had some element of having a position of the truth, which others did not. And so they were cycling between these positions of, which part of the truth are we privileging? And that is an eye-opener. It is a very good exercise, and particularly All or Nothing is a very good book that lays out the arguments very clearly so that you can follow them yourself and see that these problems were indeed problems imminent to the whole issues.
Yeah, I would tend to agree that you don't read Hegel through other people, and Hegel has his own system of thought that he's working through. But I would maybe tend to agree with pessimistic in that what Hegel is trying to do is to impart, a big part of what he's trying to do is to understand the development of human thought, right? And so when, when he's talking about certain positions, right? Like sense certainty or something, certain positions he wants to critique, right? He's not referencing anybody, right? And that's the sense in which, you're kind of right. He just says these are the positions, and this is what I think about those positions, right? But at the same time, he, in referencing those positions, is referencing, in the Hegelian sense, moments in the history of philosophy in the usual sense, but moments in the Hegelian sense, right? Parts of the whole of the history of philosophy. And that's kind of where his dialectic comes from. Right? So I would tend to agree with pessimistic a little bit more, but I can see where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I see everyone's muted, so thanks so much for ultra politeness. Did anybody want to hop in with a question?
Tom, I see you're back up.
Nirvana, I see you're unmuted. Go ahead. Oh, thanks for coming back up. We feel very cool to.
Tom, you don't happen to have
presence.
like any questions regarding like
okay,
morality?
So I'm not sure if we're about wrapping up or how you're doing now, Antonio.
Yeah. If nobody has those questions, or perhaps one more question if anybody has it, but yeah, we can wrap it up.
Great. Well, thanks again for being here with us. And I'm not sure if anyone has. Maybe just let us know what your upcoming projects are if you have any.
Well, given that work season is coming up, I will probably not be working on anything for a while. I'll still probably continue writing some stuff on the Chinese philosophy front. I have this project, which is a Hegel encyclopedia / wiki, which may or may not come out this year, depending on whether I get the mania to write during work time or not. It happened last year. I was writing during like 10-hour days, 6 days a week, so it's doable. But whether it will happen, I don't know.
I'm going to talk to you about Buddhism sometime. I'm going to talk to you about Buddhism sometime, Antonio.
Check out my channel. You can join my Discord. I think it's been linked. Most of the stuff that I do, quite frankly, is either I post readings and discussions while reading on certain philosophy texts or philosophy adjacent stuff. Also, lately, I've been doing a bit more high quality recordings of readings of my own essays. Some of them published on Epoche magazine. The stuff on Epoche is probably the stuff that I would invite you all to read if you want to read anything from me, because they're sort of the more layman oriented articles that I've written, so that I try to bridge the gap between this insurmountable mountain that is the Hegelian lexicon, and trying to show people that it's not actually this alien language, and it's not this alien way of thinking. It's actually very mundane in many ways, and it's quite easy to grasp onto. The metaphysics stuff, I can understand why most people don't get that. It's just weird in the sense that most people are not used to pure semantic thinking, and it's just pure semantics at that point. Literally, it's just about understanding linguistic structures, insofar as they are linguistic in communicating anything. But the stuff on Epoche is just stuff about like the problem of identity, ship of Theseus. What is idealism, anyways? I have some executions of concepts regarding literary analysis of certain things. Like there's an analysis of an answer to solipsism with the concept of Hegel's idea of life. as well as this book, which is a wonderful book called Lilith by George MacDonald, which has a pretty good section on what the meaning of that would be. Have an essay on Berserk. If you read manga, if you haven't read Berserk, and you should read it.
Fantastic. Fucking
But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I've been doing. It's the kind of stuff that I will continue to do. I don't intend to really ever become somebody who does pop philosophy like the big YouTubers like Philosophy Tube and ContraPoints or whatnot. It's just not my style. I actually like doing the slow aspect of philosophy where you just kind of trudge through the details and work out all these very nerdy things about concepts.
Well, thanks again for being here with us, and I've shared your links in the chat. They'll also be in the description of the video going up on the Philosophical Plebeians channel. And all right, I guess that just about wraps it up. So,
all right,
I want to thank everybody
Thanks for listening, and goodbye.
I want to thank everybody that showed up here. Tom, I know you're still here. Is there a potential, like, maybe you want to take questions, or Antonio, if
sure
like
there's going to be a
you guys want to stick around for
Nirvana? I see you're unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Probably not. I gotta go eat.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to Nirvana. Sorry, I was assuming you were just going to jet right away. But yeah, thanks so much for being here with us, and we'll talk soon.
Tom, do you want to take some questions? Maybe, like, if you want to stick around, maybe take some questions from some people in the audience. Maybe if they have anything to ask you.
Sure.
All right, so guys, feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions for TJump. All right, we got Maximo. What's up, Maximo? You got a question for TJump?
Yeah, what's up, dude? What's up, TJump? So, I heard your little back and forth with Antonio. You said at one point particles can cause an effect. Did I hear that right?
Cause and effect isn't a law in physics. Cause and effect is a derivative of certain kinds of relations. So yes, what we think of as cause and effect is actually an emergent property of other physical properties.
Okay, sure. So like causation itself, like, is that something that particles can produce? Like,
yeah, again, causation itself is a physical phenomenon as a result of other things, yes.
okay. So how about like a possibility?
Possibility isn't like actually a thing.
Like, what do you mean by that? Because I'm just saying, like possibility as in, like, is this thing possible? Are these state of affairs possible? Like,
yeah, that's not actually a thing in reality. So possibility isn't an actual thing in reality. Possibility is us being able to imagine something. That's all it is. And so particles do cause that too, because it's in the brain, but there isn't like a thing in reality that's like the possibility anything. It's just our ability.
Well, like, if you're saying possible, yeah, well, like, if you're saying possibility is this thing in our brain, though, right? Like, if if you're reducing everything to physicalism, then like even possibility as a concept is a thing that exists in our brains.
Yeah.
So like possibility is a thing that exists, no?
Yeah, in our brains, it's a concept.
Yeah, but do you not take that concepts are made of like physical matter too, or like what's your thing going on there?
Yeah, brains ideas are made of physical stuff as well. They are weighable.
Sure. So like particles can cause concepts like possibility. So possibility existing as a concept, right? Like, you take it that it exists in no other way, right?
Right. So yeah, possibility exists as a concept, but I'm pretty sure what you were asking is like possibility is some kind of like metaphysical substrate. Like there's no such thing as like possibility out there in the universe. It's just our ability.
No, I'm asking this, like, so these categories that we apply, right? Like possibility, necessity, contingency, etc., etc. You're saying those things themselves are just products of like brain matter, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like particles themselves can cause like necessity. Particles themselves make up what necessity is.
Well, they make up the idea of necessity. Necessity isn't a thing. So when you say make up what necessity is nothing. There isn't anything. There is a concept of necessity, but necessity isn't a thing.
Okay, sure. Yeah, like in as much as as much as we speak of necessity, in your position, we only refer to like this thing arising out of like brain matter.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify like how you take these categories and their origin. All right. Thanks.
Yep.
You have a theory of modal talk.
What do you mean by modal talk?
Talk about possibility and necessity.
Well, like, what do you mean? Do I have a theory of it?
So, like, sure you're familiar. Like, there are different theories of modality, what it
Sure.
is for something, for possibility and necessity to obtain or whatever. I was just kind of asking if you had any thoughts in that direction.
There is some fundamental nature to reality, whatever that is, and that will determine how possibility works. So, like, if quantum mechanics is correct and there is actually a randomness force or something, then there will be possibilities described in whatever that does. And if it's the case that everything is fundamentally determined, then there is no possibility, and everything the way it is necessary, essentially. But that's a metaphysical question to ask the universe, and I do not have a position on it.
Okay, so you're sort of agnostic.
Sure.
Okay.
But atheist of possibilities.
Well,
It was a joke.
Yeah, I know, but if you're a necessitarian, Horn is the correct one, then atheism about possibilities is correct.
Oh, I guess, yeah, that's true.
I like the necessitarian Horn for sure, at least on metaphysics, right? Like, I think there's like different modalities, right? So there's this idea of like metaphysical modality, right? But like most of us will still want to grant things like logical contingency, right? You just think of all that as being conceptual, that's fine.
Yeah.
Tom, do you believe that parsimony
Well,
entails?
congratulations, Quantum. You managed to say something more confusing than the Hegelian stuff.
Jen, I don't think you can hear Nirvana. I think when he's speaking, I don't think you hear him.
I also don't hear him. So.
I'll rejoin.
I hear him.
Tom, do you think parsimony entails the theory being more true?
No.
I don't hear him.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard.
I
He asked if
I heard.
He asked if I thought parsimony would entail that a theory was more true. The answer is no. Simplicity, parsimony does not entail that a theory is more true.
Yeah, I agree.
Holy shit, we agree.
Yo, Nirvana, talk again, man. I tried to turn your volume up. I don't know.
Can you hear me, Quantum?
I think it's
maybe I need to rejoin.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think it's a Discord bug. I don't think it's about a volume bug.
Yeah, if he just spoke, I still couldn't hear him.
Yeah, he did. He said he was going to rejoin.
I couldn't hear him either, so.
Quantum, what's going to be your argument for necessitarianism?
Well, basically, I think. Oh, now I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I don't know what the fuck was up with that. I mean, I have an argument about the PSR, right? And I think that you're either going to allow brute contingencies or you're going to allow like necessitarianism. Those are basically your options. And I think that there are like other considerations that I have, other metaphysical considerations that like lean me towards necessitarianism. So, but yeah.
What are those going to be?
Well, I have this like bent towards the existence monism stuff, right? And that's going to be related to like certain commitments about vagueness, and also.
Did you say bigness?
Vagueness.
Okay.
And
Bigly
And then
quantum metaphysics.
I have the
Donald
biggest
Trump.
bigly words, biggest hands.
Yeah, so like I tend to, it's going to come from things like I reject essentialism, and I think a lot of like I was going into it in chat a little bit. Like I reject like ontological distinctions, and at least like fundamental ontological distinctions, right? And let's see,
So
which some other reasons for it.
So you are taking the Parmenides position that everything is one, or
yeah.
I was going to say no, but apparently you were on point.
I have a question for TJump. Also,
It's
in a
fairly
second.
close to that. It's not exactly
Sorry,
like
Nirvana wanted to say something. If everyone doesn't mind just muting real quick.
TJump, what is your view on epistemological nihilism?
What? Of course you can have knowledge. That's stupid. Godless girl position? No. Like
base TJump.
I mean, like, what's your response to it? I guess.
You can have knowledge. Knowledge is a justified true belief, or you can know things. I know I exist. If you're an epistemic nihilist, then you cannot say that you know you exist, and that is dumb.
And what's your response to like Gettier cases?
The fact that we don't have a precise definition of knowledge doesn't necessarily mean you can't have knowledge. I still know I exist, so that's a particular example of knowledge. And so whether or not I give a precise definition of what knowledge is irrelevant to my ability to have it.
Gotcha. So with Gettier cases, I remember you took the position a long time ago that justified true belief was created as a means to escape Gettier cases. But have you read the like SEP article regarding like a while back you declared that like
no, that's
Gettier
the other way
cases,
around. Gettier cases
yeah, exactly. No, I agree with that, right? But like I have like whenever you told me a while back that Gettier cases, like JTB, like theory of knowledge was created to like escape justified true belief. I'm sorry, Gettier cases. I'm kind of drunk right now. I'm sorry.
There were different definitions of justified true belief created in response to Gettier cases. Justified true belief in itself wasn't created in response to Gettier cases. There were certain modifications to it made in response to Gettier cases.
So do you take like the justified true belief plus luck, or like what position do you take? Like
I don't care. Luck is fine.
I guess that's fair, but like, does it not still remain a problem though? Like,
no.
Is the clock, like, if the clock doesn't have batteries in it, it's 12 o'clock, and it actually is 12 o'clock. Do you have knowledge it's 12 o'clock?
Sure, I don't care.
Okay, yeah, I kind of agree with that then.
do you are a scientific realist?
Yes.
So more on the structuralist side, or
I have no idea what you just said.
Nothingness. It's hard to hear you because you're about 10 dB lower than everyone else. Is it possible, like, I'm not sure if you can get closer to the microphone.
What about Hempel's dilemma, TJump?
Hempel?
Yeah, Hempel.
I want TJump's answer to the problem of the criterion.
Novel testable predictions.
Yeah, come on, Jen.
So we
You should have
need
known
novel
that by watching
testable
this video.
predictions that give us novel testable predictions? Based.
Well,
I'll take it.
My description is conceptual claims require conceptual evidence, empirical claims require empirical evidence, metaphysical claims require metaphysical evidence, and each has a different criterion, and the one I like the best is novel testable predictions for empirical claims. Who cares about anything else?
So just missing the whole point is that why use these criteria
Maximo,
over
can
any
you
other
just start over? You roboted a bit.
Sorry, yeah. So the point of the criterion question is also why use this criterion over another one? You can just say, yeah, the criterion is this, but why this one over another?
The conceptual criterion, if you can think of it, then it is conceptual. So that's why you would use that one, if you can think of it. The empirical criterion, the ability to predict the future, would increase the probability that the hypothesis actually corresponds to reality over one that can't. So that's why you use that criterion. Metaphysical claims, there isn't a strict criterion for that. I don't know what those are other than like, I think they're 4 a.m., but whatever that happens to be would potentially be able to describe metaphysical claims. That's why you would use that one.
Okay, sure. Also, just quickly, the Troyer has a question here. I don't know if you guys want to just give him some courtesy.
Sure.
Did you ever debate Detroit, or did that ever happen? Or
Yep.
I never heard it. Where is it? I mean, it's on your channel, I'm assuming.
Yep.
It's on Daz's channel, I think.
Mr. Yep. Fuck you,
Not
Tom.
Daz's channel. No, I don't think it was.
I mean, to push the scientific realist point, how would you respond to that? Most of our scientific theories in the past have been wrong, so why should we take the current theories to be true? I don't know what
Because the
it's.
theories have probabilities. They have p-values where they can be wrong to some degree, and they admit that they can be wrong, and they're usually not wrong without that degree. So even though we've proven some wrong to some degree, they haven't been proven absolutely wrong. So like Newtonian mechanics was proven wrong to the level of accuracy that was determined by general and special relativity, but it was still right in the fact that it could describe things to its p-value orientation or whatever.
I don't think it's p-value, right? Because Newtonian mechanics has different ontology and yeah, I mean, but yeah, we can say that as an approximation, we can get older theories back, but um, but yeah, I don't see how still we can be sure that those are the correct theories or the basics of those theories are correct. Like what they think uh, or whatever the theories are positing as the basis.
Oh, it's just
Like for
more
relativity,
likely to be true than the other things. And so it's true in the fact that it describes reality to some degree. It doesn't necessarily need to be 100% true. That's not relevant.
Hey, Tom, I don't mean to cut off nothingness or anything like that. What's your, do you believe Buddhism is, what do you think about Buddhism?
It is one of the most moral religions. It is better than all the Abrahamic religions. It is still not true though. Unless you're taking the interpretation that it's just kind of like an ideology or like a philosophy of life rather than an ideology.
So like Yin Buddhism, for instance, that's not like spiritual or anything like that. It's more like a pragmatic thing. Okay, I got you. Yeah. I actually take my precepts of rights in like 2 months for Yin Buddhism. It's really fun. I say I act like fucking like meditating like for fucking 3 hours is fun. It is fun though. I enjoy it. It's really good stuff.
I prefer video games.
I prefer your mom. Ayo.
I am sad for you. I'm very, very sad for you.
Nice one.
Hey, TJump.
I love you, man. I'm sorry.
Hey, TJump. What justification do you give for the belief in the existence of the objective external material world?
Novel
Oh, that's $50 for you, Kale.
That's right.
Bernardo Ketchup has entered the chat.
So I have a hypothesis. There is an external world. My hypothesis makes predictions. I will be able to scratch my butt. I can scratch my butt. Therefore, I'm justified in believing there's an external world.
With inductive process presuppose objectivity using the inductive method, scientific method, the empirical, specifically empiricism, right? Doesn't empiricism presuppose objectivity?
You're allowed to presuppose whatever you want in a hypothesis. So you have a hypothesis, you assume the hypothesis is true, predict what you would see if the hypothesis is true, and then if you see it, you're justified in believing the hypothesis. So you always suppose a hypothesis is true when you're making predictions. That's literally entailed in what it requires to make predictions.
Yeah, but that presupposition comes first, right? So
for any prediction, you assume the conclusion is true. So like, if God exists, I will see him in heaven. if I see him in heaven, that's justification for the belief God exists. It's not assuming it's true and then just stopping. It's assuming if it's true, here's what I would see. And that's not an assumption. So you assume that if it's true, for the sake of the argument, you would see some particular assumed conclusion. And then if you see that conclusion, then your belief that the conclusion is true isn't assumed. It's not because you assumed the thing that the conclusion came true. It's you assumed the thing and it happens to come true. So it's not
Sure.
begging the
So
question.
I'm sure. I'm actually going to work on that because I just thought of that as you said that. But I guess what I was really going to ask, as far as the justification question, is aren't novel testable predictions themselves not mutually exclusive, with the prospect of
Yep.
panpsychism or
Yep. So there's
so
problem of
so you
underdetermination.
couldn't dream
No, I'm
of
agreeing.
novel
I'm agreeing with
testable
you.
predictions.
I'm agreeing with you.
Oh,
So problem of underdetermination, there's infinitely many empirically equivalent explanations that could all explain the data, which could be, you could dream of it, you could be in the matrix, et cetera, et cetera. Doesn't matter though. If any one of those you can use or you do use to come up with some kind of prediction and the prediction comes true, you'd be justified in believing it. So if it was the case that you believed you were dreaming or you were in the matrix and you came up with, I don't know, the speed of light or whatever, and you got it right, then you would be justified in believing that you were in the matrix. I did not start with that. I started with the external world. So because I started with the external world for my predictions, I'm justified in believing the external world. But you can justify whatever you start with that can successfully make predictions.
so yeah, I definitely see how you would justify that, and from a personal perspective, right? As far as a personal sense of certainty, I would agree that it's a very reasonable proposition to not only assume that the objective external material world exists, but also to operate as such. But I guess I'm talking in terms of a philosophical level of certainty, specifically hearkening back to Kant, Berkeley, and Hume, who Quine was pointing to it as two dogmas of empiricism, in that they all agree that even if
You can't have
that's the way
certainty.
that we operate,
You can't have certainty. No certainty.
we have certainty with the rational, with rationalism, such as the cogito.
Oh, the cogito, you have certainty, yeah, but everything else you can't.
Well, I mean, not everything else, but like,
Well, I'd say even
I think
everything. I'd say everything.
Wouldn't the rational enterprise, its deductive methodology, wouldn't that
Nope.
lend to more? So the only thing that we can know for certain is the cogito.
Yeah, that's what I go with, because even math and logic can. There are alternative versions of math and logic, like non-standard logics and whatever. Like I tend to grant that you can have certainty about more things. Like there's some difference between your experience and your imagination, math and logic, whatever. But technically, you can only have certainty that you exist. Everything else has other entailments.
Now, so I've gotten into this with theists before, as far as their perspective on solipsism. Do you think that the cogito falls under the same umbrella that time, logic, mathematics, language does, in that we have to presuppose them? Do you think the cogito is such that we have to presuppose it for logical coherency, or that it
No.
actually stands apart from?
You don't
Okay,
presuppose
go
it
ahead.
at all. Experience isn't a presupposition. So you have an experience. That's just a fact. And so when you believe you exist, you can't be wrong. That's also just a fact. It's not a presupposition. You're not like assuming some part of.
Non-existent things don't have experiences, essentially.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's no
So where do you
presupposition there.
play? Where in the higher in the
It's the top.
epistemic hierarchy of
It's the top. It's the very
arguments,
top.
or right? Obviously, I would agree with the cogito being at the absolute very top.
And I'd put it
Would you
above
place?
math, above logic.
Sure, absolutely. But aren't mathematics, time, determination, logic, aren't those also, or are they not one notch below, in as much as at least they're necessary Just presuppose, and
No, I don't presuppose any of those.
you don't presuppose logic.
Nope.
But
I think
so how about using the reductio that you can't disprove logic without simultaneously utilizing the logic that you're attempting to refute?
Sure, if I was attempting to disprove logic, I would need to assume logic, but I'm not doing that.
Yeah, but if you're thinking, if the rational or deductive endeavor that is the cogito were to mean anything, logic would have to be presupposed in even the mental exercise of it, would it not?
No,
Because
only if you're trying to gain knowledge from the form of the syllogism, then you would need to presuppose logic. But if the argument is simply a description of some kind of state of affairs, like I experience or whatever, then you don't need to presuppose logic, because it's not because of the logical entailments that you gain the knowledge, that it's simply a description of some experience, which is where you gain the knowledge. So you don't need to presuppose logic for the cogito.
But wouldn't you need to presuppose logic for the cogito to make any sense outside of just a personal experience of that revelation, or right? So I could have an idea. I can have the experience and conclude to myself that I exist, and that's logically irrefutable, or that's irrefutable. I know I exist. Even to say that non-existent things don't have experiences, therefore I can know the cogito is correct, is itself necessitates logic, and it presupposes logic, coherency, language, meaning.
So only if you get the knowledge from the language. If you get the knowledge directly from the experience, then you don't need to presuppose anything, because experience isn't, you don't presuppose experience.
So, okay, kind of back to what I was just saying then. So then I could have the experience of the cogito, but to convey anything beyond just the experience of it, the conveyance of it, the formulation, or, putting it down into a proof or a syllogism, anything beyond just the experience itself. The experience doesn't necessitate logic or the presupposition of logic, but anything beyond that would.
Well, at that point, you don't need to presuppose logic. You can derive it from your experience and say, hey, look, a teacup. I can describe that with words and things, and these words have patterns, which is logic. So you don't need to presuppose it at that point. You can just derive it. So if you can say, if you have an experience and you describe things, you can describe things in a particular system, which is logic. So you get logic out of the experience. You don't have to presuppose it.
Okay, so that process that you just talked about there, would you then put this almost necessary bucket of time, logic, mathematics, language, meaning epistemically right below the cogito?
Yeah.
And then in all of this, we've derived that through deduction and the rational endeavor, because we haven't done any empirical analysis yet, right?
Well, it's all
so where would you
analysis.
play?
So experience comes first, and then from experience we get through our brains. We don't know about brains yet, but through our brains we get ideas and sensations and beliefs and those kinds of things directly from the experience, or from our subconscious, which we have no control over. And so those all precede any kind of deduction. Deduction happens after you get the experience and after you get the ideas, and then you try to reorganize those ideas in your brain. And so the direct experience and the ideas presuppose deduction, or
that actually brings up an important point, because I've thought of this before, that the interdependentness of deduction and induction, right? Because every inductive any inductive hypothesis itself, it presupposes induction or deduction, right? And vice versa. Would you say that experience? Do you think that experience cannot be separated from the mind experiencing it or processing it, and vice versa? Like, could you ever have something that's purely inductive without having any element or underlying presupposition of of a deductive, right? Like, could you ever tether the two out completely, whether it be experience and experiencer, or perceiver perceived,
Well, that's
or
several different
induction and
questions.
deduction? Yeah.
So, like, if you're starting with the cogito, you can't know something is independent of yourself and start with that. You just start with the experience. That's all there is. Induction and deduction are just definitionally different things. You don't have to presuppose deduction to have induction. Like, literally, a person could just, you could eradicate deduction from their brain and they can still have induction. So you don't need, they're not entailed in one another.
Hey Tom, whenever you get a second, I have a question. Just whenever y'all are done.
So I guess whenever I'm using induction and deduction, I'm kind of lumping together rationalism and deduction, and empiricism and induction.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
I don't know what it means to say when you do that. I don't know what that means. So I don't know how to process
Do
that.
you not see do you not see the relationship between the two? How rationalism is heavily deductive in its methodology, and empiricism is heavily inductive.
Sure.
Or right. So yeah, they're not exactly the same, but they're broadly, whether it's methodologically or they have a large overlay. So if I'm sitting there thinking about an empirical truth, I can't subtract or remove my rational mind from what I'm experiencing, because it's my mind that is processing the experience and arguably the source of that experience, right?
Sure.
So I guess that was my question. Could you ever really tether the two out?
Your mind from your experiences of the external world? No, I don't think you could do that.
Oh, great. Do you think the same thing with rationalism and empiricism?
Yes, I think you can deliberately separate those two.
Tethering them out in terms of analysis, but in terms of practice, wherever one exists, the other exists there as well, correct?
I don't think so. Rationalism is the position that you can only gain true knowledge through thinking about it. Empiricism is the position that you can only gain true knowledge from experiencing it. So I don't.
So that's a perfect point. So if I'm looking at something and I'm applying the scientific method, and I'm trying to come to a probabilistic conclusion through induction, and and it has to make logical, coherent sense. Though the rational aspect is almost a filter that it passes through. So kind of the way I presuppose logic, because through the reductio, that I couldn't refute logic without simultaneously utilizing the logic that I'm trying to refute. Anytime I'm using the empirical method to analyze something, whenever I'm searching for logical coherency, I'm presupposing and utilizing that deductive rationalistic mechanism, right? Like I could just isolate the empirical, but it would mean nothing if I wasn't searching for logical coherency.
I think you're generalizing rationality to be any kind of rational analysis. Or rationalism to any kind of rational analysis. Rationalism, as opposed to empiricism, is the position that true knowledge is only the kind that you're thinking about. Now, obviously, to understand empirical information, you have to think about it in some way, but that's not the same as rationalism.
Yeah, but logic itself is a rationalistic, is a rational, is a field born out of deduction, out of the rational approach, correct?
Yeah, but that's different from claiming
logic
true
as well.
knowledge or not. So rationalism isn't the same as
sure. Okay, maybe I should stop using it.
It's also going to be inductive logic. Like when you do inductive reasoning, that's a form of logic.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Yeah, but you always need both somewhere, right? Or one always somehow entails necessitates another.
That was Kant's point, right? Your categories of understanding would be that any experience would have to presuppose those categories, like space and time. Or Because
Yeah,
any
I think
experience,
I think the relationship between space and time is exactly what I'm pointing to. I think the relationship between space and time, or space time, is similar to the way that I understand
Hey,
deduction and induction.
Tom, can I ask you a question, or is
Yeah,
everybody
go ahead.
okay with that? I was gonna ask you. I know that so your epistemology is grounded in like cogito ergo sum, right?
Yep.
So what is like the most common response that you hear whenever people ask you about that? Like, what is the most
Presupposes the
common? Like,
I.
yeah. So, what do you say about that?
No, it doesn't.
Can you expand upon that?
So presuppositions are things you assume are true before the argument begins. I is the experience. You have a direct experience that you exist. You're not presupposing anything. You don't need to presuppose that you have an experience. You have it.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm assuming I am very sorry. By the way, I know that I'm kind of drunk. But I'm gonna try to word myself in an articulate manner. So that is what you consider to be like kind of the ultimate like defeater of presuppositionalism, right?
Yes. What? Yeah, the position you can't have knowledge without God. I mean, there's lots of defeaters for it, but
yeah. Do you think that what AW was saying earlier, that reason is something that's presupposed before like God, is like also something that's to take into consideration?
I don't know what that means.
So he was saying like in order to be able to presuppose that you have God, like God as a claim, that you're actually presupposing that you have an ability to like reason as a rational being. Again, I might not be wording myself very articulately, but he was saying essentially like reason precedes the claim of God.
Can someone let up Detroyer?
I don't think that would work, because I think that they would say that God created reason or something. Like, to reason you need God or something, and so your ability to have the belief that God exists would obviously entail reason on your part. But
wouldn't it like require some like sort of reason to be able to receive that revelation? Or do you think that's like
yes, but it also requires a brain and consciousness and things too. But those you wouldn't say those are.
Yeah.
Like,
they probably wouldn't accept that for. Yeah, that's fair. Are there any like other like defeaters that come to mind whenever you think about like tag or
yes,
presup?
it's stupid. So that's. But more importantly, when they bring up arguments like problem of criterion, problem of induction, problem of universals, they can't solve those either. So when they say that they have some kind of solution, they don't. So you just ask whatever their solution is and you can copy it, and that proves that their ideology fails. So that's the biggest defeater for presup, is that they can't solve the problems that they accuse you of being unable to solve. And so by their own standard, their worldview doesn't work as a meaningful way to ground knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, like, so, like, I guess the common thing to say is like, even if you like concede, like somehow, like you take the view that like you are presupposing logic and stuff like that, doesn't necessarily like lead to you any specific God claim, right? Or do you take like a different approach?
Yeah, so saying if you just grant that you're presupposing logic, they're going to say something like, well, they presuppose God and that's equivalent or something, which would be not right. It should be wrong. But
yeah,
because they say every worldview has presuppositions. Yeah, somebody said Detroyer wanted to ask a question. He's been sitting there for like an hour or something.
Detroyer, get your ass up here, dog. Damn.
He needs to be invited.
He is invited. He's Detroyer knows he is always invited to my stages, and his hand is up, and he's been accepted.
Okay, so it's been accepted. I thought yeah, okay.
I invited him like 800 times.
All right, invite him 801 times.
Yeah, exactly. Invite him 801.
But there's somebody else who wants to ask a question. It seems Snowy. I'm going to go ahead and accept your friend request, and I'm going to invite you to go up to the stage and let us know what you got to say. Thanks again, Tom, for being on here, and thanks for like being such a good sport about. I know this wasn't necessarily planned for an AMA, but I appreciate you being here, man.
You're paying me, right?
Your mom, dog. I pay you monthly.
Yeah, that's fair.
But no, I'd love to have actually like a scheduled AMA, and yeah, sure, I'll pay you. Why not? I don't
Sounds
really
good. Sounds good.
Fuck it, who gives a shit? I already fucking have subscribed you. I don't give a shit. I'll send you $20 or some shit. Who cares?
Sugar babies are expensive. I need my monies.
How's that going, by the way?
Phenomenal.
That's good, man. I saw y'all went on like a cruise together.
Yep.
Fuck yeah, man. Good shit.
That was one
Come
of the
down to
paid
fucking
cruises.
Mississippi, man. We'll go on a double date, dude.
Yeah, pay
But
me.
I had another question regarding Cogito.
Yeah. Scientific realism.
So
Nothingness wants to hop in and metaphysically drop kick you into the dust, presumably. So go ahead, Nothingness.
So
I'm not sure
have
about the prospects of this one, Jen. I'm not gonna lie.
so have you heard about the language argument or the grammar argument against Cogito that it only proves a fact about language, not necessarily about reality, because I mean, as you're saying that uh, I is the same as experience, but in Cogito, Descartes just goes from I think therefore I am and I there's a subject. So and that's only due to the language he's using, but not necessarily in any way. Like I mean, existence has to be objective in a way, right? So what do you think of that sort of argument against Cogito?
The language is
That
irrelevant to the cogito. The language is something that comes after. Like if I say the sky is blue, that's a true statement not because of the language, it's a true statement because it corresponds to reality. So if I think therefore I am, my thinking, my existence is something that exists in reality independent of any language. The language is simply describing the fact that I exist. And so it doesn't if you're reading I think therefore I am, you can only learn something by virtue of the language. But the truth for the speaker isn't in the language. It has nothing to do with the language. It has to do with the experience. You gain the knowledge from the experience and you're simply describing the experience with the words. The words really make no difference to the knowledge of the experience.
Wait,
Okay, I'm
wouldn't the
just gonna hop
knowledge
in
of
here
the
real
wait,
quick
wait,
because
what,
Snowy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 has been asking to have their questions heard. So I'm gonna cede the floor to Snowy if you're able to unmute.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Hi. Just wanted to ask a question about when you talk about certainty is not possible beyond the cogito. Like I think someone else before asked this question. Being able to interpret an experience into even the language that I think, therefore I am. I mean that's the entire cogito statement. It's not merely a statement of experience itself. It's saying I experience, which I guess you can say is self-descript. It's just a self-evident fact. But the conclusion reached from the cogito isn't a self-evident fact, is I think what someone else was trying to make. So do you have anything to add to that?
Because you get the knowledge not from the conclusion, but from the experience. It doesn't matter. That's just simply the form of language that you use. You can say blah, 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 and say I exist. It would mean the same thing. So if you gain the knowledge from looking at the syllogism and going from the syllogism to the conclusion, then yes, that would be true. But you don't gain the knowledge by looking at the syllogism. You gain the knowledge simply by the experience. And so the fact that you form it in a particular sentence that is a syllogism, and syllogisms require some kind of logical entailment to the conclusion or whatever, is irrelevant, because none of that matters to the knowledge that you are claiming to have gained from the statement, because that knowledge doesn't come from the syllogism, it comes from the experience itself. And so the only requirements for the knowledge is the fact that you exist and you have an experience. The fact that you frame it in a sentence and that sentence has other entailments is just irrelevant. Like it also entails
wouldn't the law of identity come into play there, even in terms of an individual processing that very, very phenomena?
No, because you don't
Because
claim to be an
if I'm not I, if I don't presuppose that I am I, then it falls apart.
So basically,
it's
I
nonsensical.
also had a follow up to that statement too. So when anyone makes a segue from the experiencer to any kind of specific ontology, so I assume if you're a scientific realist, you're a materialist of some sort.
Yep.
Someone else may be an idealist. So when someone says my presupposition, I think that was the idea someone mentioned before, that we're presupposing ontological status in some way when we're saying things like I experience, therefore material world exists because that corresponds with my experience. Or let's say if someone else says I exist, I experience, therefore my ideas, my conscious mind is the only thing that is proven with that statement. How would you justify the segue from I experience or I exist to materialism or whatever our experience is accurate or inaccurate or whatever?
Well, I wouldn't do it with certainty, but I would have probabilistic evidence for those things. So I would start with, I think, therefore I am. There's some difference between my imagination and my experience. I can tell the difference between these two things, or I need some way to tell the difference between these two things. The way I do that is with science, novel testable predictions. This seems to be a good way to differentiate which things are of the imaginary variety and which things are of the experiential variety. And from that, I can use the testable predictions entail a hypothesis. So if I have a hypothesis that there is an external world and that can make successful predictions, then I'm justified in believing there's an external world. That's how.
The second Bernardo
Well,
ketchup.
So wouldn't you say therefore then those seemings? I mean, it sounded like you're talking about seemings there. Like it seems like the experience of the external world is accurate, therefore
No,
X Y
I
Z.
did
So
not
you'd say
say
so.
anything like that. So what I said was there is some difference between my imagination and my experience. That's the starting point. So
Could you dig into that a bit? Like, so
I
what's
imagine a
the
unicorn. I do not see a unicorn.
well, that's the point though. Like, if when you talk about seeing, right? Like, how do we know? This is the old John Z experiment. So
Completely irrelevant. Not at this stage of the argument. It's completely irrelevant. So we can just say it's all in our imagination. It's totally fine. There is still some
yes.
difference between the imaginary things and the experiential imaginary things. If I imagine a unicorn, I don't see a unicorn. So there's some difference between these two categories of experience. One that I'm imagining, one that I'm experiencing. They aren't the same. I know they're not the same because I'm imagining a unicorn, but I don't see it. So there's some difference
Don't
between
you
these two things.
don't you imagine experiences though?
Again, that's irrelevant to the argument. It doesn't matter
I'm
if
sorry,
everything
I'm
is
sorry,
imaginary.
don't we
Everything. Imagine
experience
it's all imaginary. It doesn't make a difference. Stop.
The other way, it's all experiential. I'm saying, isn't it all experiential?
I don't care either way. It wouldn't make a difference. I don't know what that means, but I don't think it would make a difference. So we're not saying there is an external world here. We're just saying there is some difference between these two different kinds of experience. One is imaginary, which we're just going to use as a label for the things that you can think of, and one is experiential, which is a label for the things that you see. That we don't know if this is real or imaginary yet. We just know that there's a difference between the two, and because there's a difference between the two, we need some way to differentiate which ones are which.
Right? Yeah. I think you can be confident about that. But my question is more about so when someone's claiming, let's say, post the cogito, like let's say cogito is the first point of reference, like that's self-evidently a fact, that's true, so on and so forth. When the next
step is there is some difference between my imagination and my experience.
No, I think there is another step there in the middle from my perspective is that we have an experience which is can only be the phenomenal from the Kantian perspective. You know, we're only seeing things from our phenomenal world. So what I'm asking is, isn't the question begging next step the fact that there is an external world, like, or the experience corresponds
that's
to the,
way
to the
down the
external
line.
world?
That's like 10 or 12 questions down the line. The next question is you have to do something based off of your experience. And right now you have no idea about probabilities, whether or not there's an external world or not, whether or not there's a phenomenal or new one or not. That's all way down the line. None of that matters. First thing is I think therefore I am. Second thing is there is some difference between my imagination and my experience. Like you experience things, some of them you see, some of them you don't see. That's the next step.
Differentiation implies the law of identity.
Can
right?
I just ask a quick question? So, like, you've grown. Hello, by the way. It's Perspective Philosophy.
I know. I recognize your
I'm just
voice.
wondering. Oh, that's nice. I'm happy. Yeah, I think we're supposed to be debating God or something. At least I got someone outreach to us and said that we should be debating God or something at some point.
Sure.
So, anyway. Yeah, I just want to ask a quick question. So, it's like I think therefore I am. You do take debate like what was it like a self-evident fact? How would you?
I think that's what he said. It's an
Oh,
absolute
okay.
fact, can't be false. I can't.
But it
believe
can.
I
It
exist.
can be.
How-
It can
how?
be because like Kant actually refuted this. That was in the Critique of Pure Reason, where he argues that the cogito essentially is esoteric. It assumes psychological continuity. So if you assume like I think therefore I am, what you're actually saying is I am. Therefore I am, which is tautological. You're actually just sort of brute forcing it. And he says, like, well, where does the I come from? The am, fair enough. You can't actually doubt existence itself. You have to say that there is some sort of existence. But why should you say that you have a personal identity, which is psychologically continuous through time, which allows you to then basically make statements which refer
None of
to that
None of that matters to the
first
argument.
person?
So,
But I
so
think
the
it,
I,
it, I
the
mean,
I
like,
in this
not
context
it,
is just direct experience. That's it. Doesn't say anything about it. It doesn't say it goes through time. It says you have direct experience in this exact moment, not time based, not temporal,
so,
not future
I mean,
past.
you should be saying that there is experience, there is existence, or there is experience. That's all you can say. There is
Nope.
an
You can say I.
experiencing thing.
You
That's
can
all.
say I. There is a subjective experience, which means I have a perspective, like I
You'd
see
have to,
things.
you have to give an argument for the I,
No, I don't.
or at least people to give like a. You can't just go I exist. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you are just it's just an esoteric take.
Well, no.
And then on
the tautological part, you're sort of right on, because the sentence, you don't gain the knowledge from the argument. The argument doesn't matter. It's just a descriptor. So the descriptor "I exist" is tautological, which is fine, and that's all the argument is saying. So
so
if
you're
your
assuming
argument
that your
was
first person experience is self-evident then.
no, I have an experience. I'm not assuming anything. It's just a fact.
Well, no, because if you're it's not just a fact, because
What?
you could like that's the whole point of the Cartesian evil demon. Like if there was something that was tricking your rational capacities as such that you could not identify what actually existed. And I think this is what the guy was getting at with the law of identity. So if your descriptions were always wrong, then you would never be able to essentially affirm that you have a first-person experience.
Oh,
Well, we
You
can
could be an
prove that false.
illusion.
One sec. We can prove that false real quick. Can I believe I exist and be wrong?
Well, no, that's exactly how. Like this is exactly what Descartes just has to assume God for. That's why he says yes.
Can I
He
believe
says
I
yes, you
exist?
can.
Okay, how?
He says that you have to exist in some form, but that I don't necessarily have like like that. My
Wait.
reasoning
So
might not be correct.
I believe I exist. How am I
Yes,
wrong?
because you mightn't exist. It mightn't be you. You might be wrong about attributing a personal identity, which refers to
The
you,
only thing the
which
I
is
refers
which
to
is
is
the
the thought.
limited.
The only thing the I refers to is the thought,
But then why are you saying I am? You should be just saying am.
because it's a
So is there a
label
difference
for the
between a
thought.
first person? So then why? So you don't think that there could be a second, third,
An,
fourth
exper-
person
an, ex-
expected?
Sure.
an experience necessitates an experiencer.
Yeah,
And
you
an
could have it.
experiencer, right?
Well,
Even
wait,
if you're
hang on.
even if you're to
Isn't that a
say
logical
that,
There are a
fact?
lot
you
of
don't
people
have
on
to
the
say
call
it's the
right
same.
now. I don't want to have to kick anyone off, but please just one at a time. It's a very complicated question whether an experience necessitates an experience or extremely abstract topic. So
Even if it does,
Less gibberish,
sorry,
people. Less gibberish.
even if it does necessitate an experiencer, does it necessitate a single experiencer who continues through time?
It doesn't make a difference.
So if the I is a universal which pertains, then the actual existence of that I is not being affirmed. So this is why there would be a distinction between
this argument is
there's a
indifferent.
distinction between the sentence.
One sec. This argument is indifferent to whether or not there is one universal mind, or whether or not we're the Borg and a collective mind, or there's actual individuals. Makes no difference. We don't care. If I refers to the collective, I exist. If I refers to the mind of God, I exist. If I refers to an individual, I exist. They're all true in all cases. It makes no differentiation between the two or the three.
Well,
or
it
any
does,
possibility.
because
No,
I means something different semantically in each case.
No.
So like what you're saying is
it
that
doesn't.
I is just a
I'm
descriptive term.
making the argument. This is my argument.
Which
I get to tell
refers,
you what
yeah,
I means. I does not mean.
Well, no, you
mean.
don't. No, it's a word. It's not. You didn't write it. You didn't
Dude,
come up
you
with
gotta
it.
What
like
I mean
slow
by the
down
sentence.
a couple miles an hour here, bro.
What I mean by the sentence is I get to tell you because I'm the one saying the sentence. So when I say I think therefore I am, the I does not refer to a singular individual. It may be a singular
Okay.
individual. It may be a collective. It may be a panpsychist kind of a mind thing. All of those are fine. The I simply refers to the experience and whatever happens to be having it, whether it's an individual or collective. Makes no difference to the argument.
Right. So what you're saying is that it could be all or like so it could be individualistic or like particular and universal simultaneously. So it could be everyone. It could be no.
either.
It could be a single person. It could it could come in and out of existence.
Right. So if I say there is a box, the box may contain a rabbit or a cat, and I'm like, I don't care. It's the box just refers to whatever's in the box. Who cares?
I think you're missing the point. Like the point is to say that the I in which you're referring to, which in the cogito, is a perspective of a psychology. It's a like the whole Cartesian point is to establish.
There's no psychology. It's just
no. I mean that is the entire Cartesian
You can have
point.
no
is to
conscious
establish-
recognition, no self-awareness whatsoever, and still be true. So it just refers to the thing experiencing the thinking. That's it. Doesn't matter what it is or how many it is or
No, but it could be
what it
the
is.
things, or it could. But that's the thing. You wouldn't
That
say
makes-
I. It
that's
wouldn't be
irrelevant
applicable
to the argument.
It
I
does,
don't
it's
care.
not. It's
That's
not
like saying,
relevant to
I
the
am
argument.
holding a box. What you're saying is like if I said
It mightn't even have a first person
if I say
perspective. It
I'm
doesn't make
holding
sense.
a box and you say, well, what's in the box? Like, I don't care. You can be whatever in
Yeah,
the
but
box.
if
I
it
don't
was
care.
no, but
That's
if you were to
what
say
their
I'm
argument
holding a
is.
box,
Hold up.
and then I was to say which you, there's 50 of
No,
yous,
no,
and
no,
then
you're
you
not
all go
understanding. You're not understanding.
he, and then
Any
it's
that's
diluted.
all
It
statements.
forms into
Every single example you give in my argument is still true in all of those examples. Every single one,
Look,
whether we're a multiplicity or individual. I don't care.
I think that okay, right? Look, that's fair enough. I think you're completely wrong about the I am part, but okay, we'll
Stanford
move past
Encyclopedia
that.
of Philosophy, or no, the Wikipedia. The Wikipedia actually goes through this exact thing. I think it's also
Oh,
on
the
Stanford.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
which gives links to philosophical papers right there in it. So yes, it is a credible source.
Yeah, look, I'm not gonna lie. Like, look, like the point is that like as
I just
far as
gave, I
I'm
don't know.
aware,
I gave
Kant
you. I
killed
know for a fact
Descartes.
that you are wrong on this. I know
He
for a
killed.
fact because
I know
no,
for a
no,
fact that Kant killed Descartes.
No, this
You
was
might as well have dug
specifically
him up and
addressed.
hung him.
This is specifically addressed in the Wikipedia, where people like you think that, and that has been debunked in philosophy with many responses to it. No, that is not the case.
That's it. Okay. And then the next point was to say you can differentiate between imagination and your and your experience. How are you managing to do that?
Don't know. It just
You don't know.
is. It's again a
It
fact.
just is.
Yes. So like
It's
if I
so
imagine,
so you're
if I'm
assuming it.
no. I'm like imagining a
So
unicorn. I don't see it. It's a fact. It's an experience. So not assuming.
so
anything.
you're just going the Hobbesian way of just going. It
No,
feels
nothing
different.
to do with Hobbes. No Hobbes.
Well, it is. It's just
No,
that it feels different. That's
no.
all you. So that all you said is
there's
it feels different.
Feeling. It's literally a fact. If I'm imagining a unicorn, like I have a visual representation of a unicorn, but I do not see one. There is literally a physical difference there.
How do you even know it's a physical difference? That's the point. Like you're just
The
making
physical
like
part is
massive
irrelevant
jumps.
to that sentence. Why are you focusing on the irrelevant?
Any
part of the
difference. You have no way of asserting that, or that it will continue, or that the difference isn't just an illusion
So
you're
if
perceiving.
I don't
How are
see
you
it,
grounding your
when
reasoning?
I'm imagining it. They're different, right? What about that is hard to grasp.
How do you affirm differences, like in terms of how do you ground your reasoning? Like do you just say like it has to be correct?
I
Like
don't care about my reasoning. I'm saying literally there is a fact of the matter that I am imagining, or I see
yeah,
a
yeah,
unicorn in my
okay.
imagination.
But
I
what
do
is
not
a
see it.
fact?
What is a
What
fact?
is a fact?
A thing true in reality.
Okay, and how do you know if a thing's true in reality?
Don't care.
Okay,
I
so
think he has a point. I think he has a point there. Like you have to presuppose logical.
He presupposes absolutely nothing.
law.
Having the experience.
Oh God,
You
mate,
do, even in
he
the
doesn't.
computation of it, that
No.
for something to be different, from something else, an experience or from an experience,
Now it's a gibberish
presupposes the
generation
law of
state.
identity.
Stop.
The law of
I am
identity,
having
right?
an experience. I literally see a unicorn in my imagination. I literally do not see one in front of me. I presuppose nothing. This is literally an experience. You can't presuppose experiences. You have experiences. So it is a
You can
fact.
presuppose what they mean, though.
That part doesn't matter to the argument.
Where does one part of your experience start and where does it end?
No
like
idea,
how do you
don't care.
differentiate?
No idea,
Well,
don't care.
well, you have to be able
No,
to
I
say
don't.
you have some sort of idea. Otherwise, you're not having an experience which you could
Really
differentiate
quick,
its past.
perspective philosophy. Why is it that you think that everybody has to think in exactly your terms, or they're wrong?
No, I mean this
Oh,
isn't.
where
This
does it
is
start and end? Why do I have to use that sort of a conceptual analysis, right?
because if he's
You're
saying
saying, oh,
one
I have
part of
to, or else something.
Yeah, because otherwise you wouldn't be. So if I can't differentiate between the start and end of something, then I can't differentiate their identities. If I can't differentiate their identities, I can't say that it is one thing and not another. So I wouldn't be able to go, it is my imagination, it is not my imagination. So if he can't give a grounding for that, that means they can blend into each other in such a way as I can't differentiate and identify one besides the other. So he can't say what is imagination and what isn't. What it
Well, no,
actually
that,
is.
that would actually be true. That would actually be true whether you're conceptualizing it in your head.
Hale, shut up!
Jesus. All right, look. Have you ever heard of the Sorites paradox?
I have not.
I'm sure you have, right? You haven't? Okay. Do you know the problem of the heap?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you can't tell me exactly where that starts and ends, and yet it's still meaningful to draw a distinction between heaps and non-heaps, right?
Yeah, but you can still give
So
a logical
that kind
criterion.
of a conceptual
No,
analysis, right?
you need to be able to give a logical criterion as to why
Oh, really?
one starts and ends.
Give me the necessary and sufficient conditions for a heap.
Well, you would say that a heap and you would say, so you'd say between the two are logical criterions in which one you might be able to give an exact starting point or an exact ending point. Yeah, like so you'd be saying like you give like spatial, so a heap. You'd say like a heap of something. You give like a spatial relationship. It'd probably be like a normative construct within language in which we all agree this is around about a heap, and this is around about, let's say, like a hill or something like that, right? We would say like it's essentially a spatial difference. How is it based? Off size, and that so we would maybe disagree as to which size is which is fair enough. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that there are no logical criterion at all in which you
Well, they're
could point
vague.
towards if they're vague. That doesn't mean they don't exist. That like vague is different to non-existent.
Well, there's an open question about that, right? Because ontological vagueness is actually an issue.
It may very well be an issue, but it's not the issue that me and TJump are discussing, which is essentially not having any a priori conditions in order to differentiate empirical
No,
criterion.
you're saying there's like a necessary conceptual analysis that has to be employed where you're giving the start and end of things, or else they're incoherent, right?
Yeah,
Let
I mean,
the
like to
emptiness
some
pill.
degree.
Hold up. Let the emptiness pill guy come in here real quick. The only right answer here is that there is no definition for a heap, but it's pragmatically assessed based on whether it's useful to define what a heap is. So,
Not
for
even
instance, like, hold up. If you have a heap of sand behind you and you start saying, "Oh, well, there's no such thing as a fucking heap. There's no such thing," and the heap of sand gets dumped on you, then it's useful to say, "Oh, wait, there is a heap of sand being dumped on me."
And it's worth mentioning that like the whole point of that analysis in the first place is spatial. There is still a categorical analysis going on.
Wait. I
There
want to get off the heap thing. The heap thing doesn't matter. So, perspective philosophy is asking, how do I know that my experience and my imagination are different? And my perspective is it's subconscious. I don't have any idea. It's just a feeling, a sensation of some kind. Now, he's trying to make the argument that invalidates it in some sense. And my argument is that it doesn't make a difference how I got this sensation. How I got the sensation, whether or not the sensation corresponds to reality, whether or not it's a delusion, makes no difference at all. In my sensation of my imagination, in my sensation of my experience, there's some difference. And I'm trying to differentiate between those two. I don't care if it's true. I don't care how I know. Those are irrelevant to the argument.
So it's Hobbes. So it's Hobbesian.
Because it's
this
not.
Is
Again,
what
Hobbesian
this
makes
is what
it
Hobbes
used to
does,
try
yeah.
and makes it true.
Tom.
Use a truth value. Mine doesn't do that. It's completely irrelevant to Hobbes.
No.
Yes, it
No.
does.
Hobbes is well.
Has nothing to do with
Tom.
Hobbes.
Wait, guys. So, Tom, I assume I could be wrong, but I assume you agree with me then. Like, it's not necessarily fruitful to decide like what a heap is. It's more so useful to decide what a heap is.
Yes,
like in the instance of like
the heap part didn't have anything to do with our conversation exactly.
No. It does. And I think you're kind of missing something here because like I think it's very, very important because it has to do with identity, right?
No.
How does it not?
Because the question is how do I know there's a difference between my imagination and my experience? It's not about what's the criterion between them. That was an irrelevant thing. Perspective philosophy brought up irrelevant to his actual point. His actual point is if I can't give a meaningful way of knowing how there's a difference between my imagination and my experience, then I don't have any justification for saying there is such a thing. And in order to have that justification, I need some kind of presuppositions or whatever. That's his argument. The amount thing was kind of irrelevant to the point he was trying to make.
Well, no. From what I remember, look, okay, so you guys will have to take a grain of salt with what I say. What I remember is that we were talking about like what is the intrinsic identity behind like what I is or like what I entails or experience entails, right?
That was the first point. And we were on a second point there about like the difference between imagination and reality. That's the part he was bringing up there.
Okay, well, ignore me then. I'm a fucking retard. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. But what I assume you understand why me and Quantum brought up the Sorites paradox, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sororities nuts.
Okay, so hello.
Sororities.
Sorority
paradox. Sororities. Not sororities, but sororities.
Sororities, these nuts.
Sororities.
I will eat your mom's ass.
Yeah.
This is very low ground, but yeah.
So basically, as you say, it's sort of a sensation, right? Actually, Hobbes actually does make that point in the Leviathan. He actually says,
why do you always bring up esoteric philosophies that don't care? I don't care about Hobbes. I have nothing to do with Hobbes. I'm not Hobbes.
They're not esoteric.
It's esoteric.
It's not. Anyway,
it
isn't esoteric. Anyway,
my position is my position, not Hobbes' position. Don't compare me to
Hobbes. Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Right. Okay, but okay. So what we'll have now is essentially a sort of an inability to prescribe first in terms of the cogito an I onto a single object or give a limited definition. Then in terms of separating between two experiences, you sort of brute forcing it. You're just saying like, okay, that's separate. That's just how I feel.
Well, no. The feeling is the separation. So those are the same thing.
That's fair enough. Okay, so you're saying that there is a feeling which is separating this out.
Yes, there is
some
difference. The difference, it could be anything. It could just be a feeling. It could just be our imagination. But there's some difference. It has to be because there's at least a feeling between the difference. So it's just saying there is any difference.
Is that feeling a thought? Like, would you say that you feel like? Would you say this is a thinking? Like, so yeah. Okay, so if that's like a kind of thought, so how do you differentiate one thought from another thought?
That's the question that the next part of the answer. That's
So,
the point. How do you differentiate one kind of thought from another kind of thought? That's the point.
The only way that you're going to be able to do it, if you're saying that it's sort of intrinsic, then you're saying that, so like you're saying to the feeling, right? If I'm understanding that correctly? Like you're saying that this differentiation is intrinsic?
Well, the differentiation is next. So we'd say there's some difference between imagination and experience, which those could both be imaginary. They could both just be in your brain somewhere. That's not a claim being made here. But we need some way to differentiate between the two. And so that would be based on your experience. What in your experience is different between this class and this class? So you're going between your experiences and trying to find differences. But that could be, you could pick any method you want. So there's not like a limit on the method there.
Yeah, but I think you're actually saying something similar to what I'm saying that you're going to have to actually include here, which is that there is an a priori component. There is a purely logical component which is present in your experiencing. Right now, that's not empirical. That is a priori. This is what structures the experience. Now, this is the point that idealists, transcendental idealists, absolute idealists are making, that there is something rationally structuring your experiences.
Sure.
And without that, they could be the pure intuition or whatever. But without that, the experience wouldn't be separable. Now, if you hold that to be the case, then empiricism is false.
No.
Yes.
Wait, empiricism, like as in the only way to gain knowledge.
As in the philosophy.
Well,
yes.
This is the worst Hegelianism I've ever seen.
I'm not an empiricist, so the point here is that I agree that there is some kind of structure to the way that your brain organizes things. So I think that is there. Yes, prior to your ability to differentiate between things, there must be some mechanism in your consciousness to be able to differentiate things. So I agree there. The question is what is that thing? Where did it come from? That is unanswered by this.
Well, yes, in some respects it's unanswered in the sense that those categories are necessarily have to be there. It's like reason has to presuppose itself in order to reason about itself.
Sure. So your conscious needs to be able to function with some kind of logical consistency to be able to make differentiating things. Yes. But that could be a result of physicalism, where that ability is a result of an emergent property of some physical forces or whatever.
No, it can't be physicalism, because physicalism would assume that there was so. For example, the physicalism would rely upon essentially a non-ideal component, that there could exist a purely physical entity which does not contain any sort of logical.
I understand what that sigh is, because there's too much philosophical gibberish there, and I totally understand that. But
no, he's using the philosophical gibberish wrong, is why I'm sighing.
It's okay.
I'm not. You need to calm it down.
Yes, you are. You completely botched the Hegelian refutation of empiricism. Good job, you fucking idiot.
Oh fucking hell! You live in your mom's basement, don't you?
Hey, don't knock it. Save
yeah, my fucking brony.
So what?
Okay.
You like cartoons, and you're a loser philosopher, quote unquote, on the internet.
I am all of those things. Yes.
Okay.
What's the argument?
Okay. Yes. Anyway,
I remember Tom's debate with I think it was Darth Arianis, and he was like, conceded the debate like 5 minutes. He's like, yes, I'm an idiot, by the way.
It was the 30 seconds. It took me 30 seconds to make $50. It was phenomenal.
It's so basically, as we're going with physicalism.
Can I ask one more question before I let you talk? I'm sorry, man.
Of course, no, go for it, man.
I want to ask Tom. You often say, and I'm not coming at you when I ask this. You often say, like, I'm more of an expert than you in this. Like, do you think that you're more of an expert than me whenever I'm going to like philosophy?
When I say that, it's just to be flippant and annoying, so it's not like intentional.
Okay, I'm glad you admitted that, because Darth Arianis is going to school for this one time. I literally died whenever you said that. I was like, this man's going to like fucking philosophy school. It's kind of a
I'm
waste
more
of
of an
money, by
expert.
the
I'm
way.
definitely more of an expert than him. Darth Arnie's, yeah, no, I'm more of an expert than him. 100%.
It's kind of a waste of money. The more I like, the more classes I take.
True.
I like it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, God, I hate it.
Was that your one question?
I didn't mean to just derail the entire conversation. Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you for keeping me in check.
I wish you would derail it more.
I want Piper to explain like the argument since he thinks that I'm doing it wrong, and hopefully we can be
Yeah, so
enlightened.
what was the version you wanted to say? Like, there's a priori aspects of experience, therefore empiricism is wrong. You think that's what Hegel is saying?
I'm saying that there are logical components of an experience that cannot be explained through physical phenomena, like merely physical phenomena.
Wait, you think
Or merely
Hegel is like making some kind of argument against like
physicalism.
about mind somewhere?
He's not.
I mean, Hegel is a absolute idealist, and which is incompatible with physicalism unless you've hit your head.
No, that's not the point, right? Do you take Hegel to be making an argument against physicalism?
He said
Yeah,
yes.
he does, yeah.
He just said yes.
Yeah, so what's the argument that you take him to be making?
That reality is reducible not to physical objects, but to logic, to idea.
Logos.
Yeah,
Logos.
so what's going to be your argument against people like Pinkard who think that Hegel is a naturalist?
Well, Hegel in many ways is a naturalist. He's just not a fucking materialist or a physicalist. Like his account for nature is to give it a logical foundation. He would do it in the same way that Aristotle, Aquinas, and the other people in this tradition actually do it, which is to say that matter isn't a thing in and of itself. What exists is the form, which is then made concrete. And he's actually pretty standard on
What the
that.
fuck is this mystical nonsense that you're like spouting?
Well,
so we just
look. So what do you take to be the difference between what Barclay is advocating and what Hegel is advocating?
Okay, well, I mean, the main differences would be that Hegel externalizes mind to the point in which, well, doesn't externalize it. He creates a distinction between objective and subjective mind, which is then overcome. He says there's the subject, which is my particular experience. There is the objective experience, which is the petrified intelligence, which is a term he takes from Schelling, and then the synthesis of those two is mind, and this is where absolute spirit comes in. That's formed through the dialectic, which is a process of mutual recognition in which we can recognize each other in an external world, which is concretely produced by God. And that's why he says in the end, there is only the thing thinking of itself, which is actually, in the
What's
end,
the
is only the
argument
Christian
that
God.
Hegel believes in a transcendent God?
I mean, he doesn't say he believes in a transcendent God. He doesn't.
Right, so then what are you invoking God for?
Because just because God's not transcendent doesn't mean he's not God. I just think that you don't know what you're talking about, mate. And it's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, so what is this concept of God that you're taking from Hegel supposedly?
Well, the Christian God that he references over and over again.
Yeah, so
We'll
yeah, I'm
read 'em,
aware
man, like,
that
I don't know what to say.
yeah, calm down, buddy. So like, yeah, I'm aware that
don't know what to
Hegel.
say.
I'm aware that Hegel
He's a
was
Protestant.
maintained.
He's a Lutheran.
Yeah.
He's-
Could you let me talk for 5 seconds?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Yeah, great. So I'm aware that Hegel maintained that he was an Orthodox Lutheran, right? But do you know why he found Christianity so interesting?
Well, there's a few reasons.
What's the main reason?
He says it's the most advanced form of thought because, unlike the Spinozian concept of substance, which takes the absolute object to be the foundation of reality, Christianity takes the absolute subject. That would be what I would say that he finds the most, the
What does
pinnacle.
absolute subject mean there?
Means the self. Everything is the self. That would be God. Absolute idealism. Everything comes down to the self. That's why he says, "Know thyself" is the divine commandment,
But
which was set down by the Oracle of Delphi.
You think Hegel thinks that there's asocial knowledge? Like people know as individuals rather than as social species?
I think that you don't even understand how to use the term individual as Hegel uses it, because the individual is a collective and is a limited universal, which is actually a limited collective, so a member of a species. And he gets this from Aristotle in the Three Figures of Logic. So please hang up and try again.
Yeah, so that's like, yeah, so the reason I was asking about the Christianity thing was that the reason that Hegel is interested in Christianity is because he takes it to be God dying and then being reborn through the community of believers, right?
Yeah, I mean that's quite Zizekian. I think Zizek like points towards that, and he takes that to be like one of the biggest points of Hegel, which I agree is it is really significant for Hegel in the sense that like this, like God dying, and then it's an affirmation of the self, and it's this sort of giving the self to itself. But like yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't think it's the only thing that you consider.
So that's leading into that, right? Is going to be this argument that people like Terry Pinkard want to make, right? Which is that Hegel, right, is interested, right, in logic or thought, right, not as a substance that composes the world, right, but as the self-reflective process that's generated by the kind biological organisms we are.
Well, it doesn't. It wouldn't go so far as to say biological, because then you're putting a categorical limitation on that. When the categories are themselves reflective and growing, so like it wouldn't be like it's produced by a kind of biological mechanism. That would be way off. Actually, in fact, the whole point of the Hegelian scheme is to posit God creating reality retrocausally by limiting himself, which then produces the causal dimensions of nature through identity interactions, which can be logically tracked, where he'd be like, okay, I can predict how an identity will develop over time, which is why he starts in the logic from basic logical principles, then moves through mechanism, and then from mechanism to chemism, and then from chemism to life. And then it starts with the philosophy of nature. So like, if you go and read the encyclopedia, then that will explain why you can't just assume a biological mechanism, which is why there is a separation between someone, I don't know, like
What do you mean
Karl
just
Marx, like
assume?
not
What do
even
you mean
not even
just
Karl Marx.
assume? What do you mean just assume a biological mechanism?
You can't assume a biological mechanism is the productive element which produces mind, because mind is what produces the biological mechanism in Hegel. It starts with
I
logic.
thought you were conceding that Hegel thinks that like knowledge is a social thing.
Knowledge is a social thing, but
Right. And so it's going to
so-
be located in a social species like humanity, right?
it's located in the self, but the self includes the other. This is the whole point. Like Hegel is to say that there is the contradictory experience of the self versus the other is what we're overcoming in the dialectic. That's the point.
What does that have to do with what I said?
Because you're saying that knowledge is socially obtained. I'm saying yes. If you say that it comes from a
No.
social species, yes. But the end of that social species is a united experiencer, which is God, which is the absolute knowing, which is mind. I suggest
Well, we just
checking
went
out.
through how Hegel thinks that God is reborn to the community of believers, right? So you're not talking about
He
transcendent God that's the cause of nature, right?
No, he thinks that God is the foundations of thought and reality, which is why he says that God is what is. And I really suggest reading Hegel if you haven't read him, because you clearly haven't. So, he thinks that God is what is progressing history.
You
that
think
we are
that's
all
helping
doing,
you?
We are all doing God's actions when
You
we
think
try
the
to
snark
obtain.
is helping you?
And you're the one that started it. So he thinks that we're all doing God's actions when we think that we are acting independently, and argues for predestination. And he says this is compatible with free will because we are one and the same with God, which is why the truth of Christianity, which is the utmost point of Christianity, is to assign ourselves to God, to say that we should put, and I quote, put off the old Adam and see Christ as our true and essential nature. So the whole point of the Christian argument is to say we see ourselves in the personal God. That is the divinity of man. But that divinity is real. It's concrete. It's not something that's speculative. And this is something which is clear in Hegel. He doesn't think, he actually affirms the existence of the Christian God. Like and he even points to that numerous times. So as you say, he's a Lutheran.
Yeah. So I'm not getting like a clear either affirmation or disaffirmation, right? You think that Hegel sees knowledge as located in the human species as a whole?
I don't think I don't think you would say it is located in the species in the same way that you would say that someone like Feuerbach would, in which it's the species essence,
I'm
and
not
then we
invoking
sort of,
Feuerbach. That's
and then
irrelevant.
and
I'd
then
like
what?
a straight answer to my question.
I don't understand.
He's
So
asking mind of
what-
You don't
God
understand
versus
my
mind of
question.
humans. So he's saying, is it just social construct of humans? And that's what he's asking.
But there's no separation in truth for Hegel. Like the separation
That's
is something that's
irrelevant.
being
Can you
overcome.
answer my question with a yes or no?
Well, I'm answering TJump who tried to
Can you answer
essentially.
my question with a yes or no?
Well, then say it better then.
What do you mean say it better? Was I speaking English to you?
Piper, restate the question, and everybody here can justify,
Okay, great.
decide on whether you are saying something coherent or not.
Okay, that's fine. We can do that. So the question is, right? Are you affirming or denying, right, that Hegel thinks knowledge is a process located in the development of the human species?
I think that's coherent.
Okay. Can I ask a question for clarification? Would that be okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. When you say the human spirit, does that include?
I said species.
Oh, well, human species. Then does that include absolute spirit, as in its entirety? Are you talking about
Yeah.
absolute? Okay, then yes, he does. In absolute spirit, knowledge is a continuing process in
Right.
absolute spirit.
Right. So if knowledge, right, and of
Mhm.
course, knowledge is not going to be something disunified from spirit, which is truth and reason, right? So if knowledge, right, comes from the human species, right, and what room is there for a transcendent God that's the author of the universe?
Well, every room. Like the whole point is what he's saying in absolute spirit is that the individual species essence has been made in God's image and is now moving through time in order to know himself. And that the divine commandment from the Oracle of Delphi is to know thyself, which means to know reality itself, which means the knowledge we are producing is actually predestined
How is
to
this not
produce
just tantamount to denying that knowledge is located in the human species?
I said that do you mean absolute spirit? You said yes. If you know what absolute spirit is, then you should say that it's
You know what Hegel means by spirit?
Yes.
What does he
Do
mean?
you? Okay, so do you want us to get a quote, or would you prefer us to paraphrase?
Oh, that paraphrase is fine.
Okay, so spirit is reason when it knows itself. I think it's around spirit is reason when it knows itself as reason proper.
Mhm.
I think that's a paraphrase. So it is the self consciousness of reason. It is the it is the unity of consciousness and self consciousness, which is why he says that self consciousness is the infinite middle term, which unites this syllogism of consciousness and spirit. So yes, I do.
Right, right. And so you affirmed that knowledge on Hegel's view, which is going to be connected, right? In fact, you can say it's almost going to be identical to spirit, right, for Hegel.
I said no. I mean, like, if knowledge wouldn't be identical. I mean, absolute knowing is the end of is in the end of spirit. Yes, like so that would be that the end of the phenomenology talks about absolute knowing, which is like the end of the dialectical process.
Yeah, but the
which
point
is
of this
God.
is that it's a unified process, right?
But yeah, it's a unified process that God is
Right. So then we
experiencing
didn't
from
need that
start to
correction.
end.
So putting that aside and going along with my question, right?
Okay.
If you're affirming that for Hegel, knowledge, right,
Yeah.
which is what he's concerned about. He's concerned about the development of human knowledge, right? If you're
I mean,
affirming
not
that
just
that's
human knowledge, yeah.
located, if you're affirming that that's located in the human species, right?
In the
Then
species
how
essence.
is it not just a denial, right, of that principle of Hegel's, say that God is the author of that process?
Do you understand what he means by species and what he means by species essence? Because if you did, then you wouldn't be asking that question.
Okay, clear it up for us. Go ahead.
Because as I said before, the unity of ourselves with Jesus Christ is what he means to be man. And so we put off the old Adam. You're trying to assert that there is a separation, an eternal separation between us and God. Well, Hegel denies that.
No.
There is no separation between
No!
us and God.
What I said?
That's,
No, are you listening to what I'm saying?
yes. So you're
What did
saying
I
there's
say?
a
What did I say
so,
about why
wait, can I
Hegel
wait a minute? Wait a minute.
finds?
Can I'll just ask the audience a question of clarification. Is he implying that there is a separation between humanity and its species essence and God?
Yep, sounds like it.
Well, no.
Well,
because
by
the original
just to
question.
clarify,
The original question. But yeah.
I think he means by, because you guys have a different definition of God. I think you're both using the word, but I think perspective philosophy is using God to refer to something like the Christian God, whereas God in Piper's definition is more like the logos.
Well, I think that the point
No.
of I think the point is actually in Hegel that he would say the logos is the Christian God. Anyway, so but like this would be
Yeah, no,
an
look,
Aquinas
the
would be God
point.
the Father.
Yeah, so the point was this. Right? So what I said about. Remember what I said about why Hegel identified with Christianity? My account of it.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't catch that last part.
Yeah, so then you wouldn't have, if you had heard. Wait, you didn't
No,
hear.
I didn't. I'm sorry, I
What I
didn't.
said
I didn't hear you.
before, or you didn't hear what I just said?
What you
I didn't
just
hear
said.
what
What you just said.
What you just
Okay,
said.
that's fine. I'll repeat myself, right? So do you remember what I said about why Hegel thinks Christianity is interesting?
Yeah, he said that that Jesus Christ is reborn in the belief of his followers. Yeah.
Right. So then why would you take it that on my view, what I think God is for Hegel is something separate from humanity? In fact, I'm accusing you of having that view.
Right. Even though throughout this whole thing, I've been saying that that wouldn't make sense and that he affirms God, but not a transcendent God. And I've said that at least 3 times.
Is a God, what do you take a transcendent God to be?
A God that goes beyond our capacity to know, implicit or even know, really, at least in his essence, in his totality. So I would say that right. So I don't know. Inform us, then go on then.
Yeah, so what I meant by transcendent God is a being beyond nature that is the author of nature.
All right. Okay. I mean, he is beyond nature in the sense. I mean, he says that nature is the face of God, but to say that he is the author of nature, yeah. I mean, I would say that Hegel's a panentheist, maybe. I'd probably say that is the closest view.
Yeah. So, and you're taking God to be the author of this process of knowledge that Hegel
Yeah,
is
he's the author
tracking.
of himself, and that's the whole thing, because all there is the self.
What does that mean to say he's the author of himself?
Well, of everything. That he is the author of what is the universality of existence, where essence and existence are one. That is the Aristotelian notion of God. Hegel affirms what is essentially the prime mover. The same thing in Thomas Aquinas. The same conception of God. God is the unity of essence and experience, of essence and existence. Absolutely.
Aristotelian conception of God is not that God is the author of himself. The Aristotelian conception is that God is like pure thought.
God is the author of himself. He's permanently self-actualizing, which is why in Aquinas, unless you're saying he's not an Aristotelian now, that's why in Aquinas he actually says that all God must do is actualize himself. So that this whole process of creation was actually a process of self-actualization. So that he's actualizing himself as the creator, and in actualizing himself as the creator, he's actualized everything within himself, which is why you get this, this common existence from which he has given us, which is why we're all archetypical ideas in the mind of God. It's the same thing, which is why Hegel would say this is, nature is essentially the petrified intelligence. It is intelligence made concrete. It's essentially being frozen in form by the act of the divine will. And this divine will has created a historical process in which he comes to know himself. And at the end of history, he will know himself. So, like, I don't know what, like, I don't get why I'm even talking anymore.
The point is just this.
Like, what is the point,
if you
man?
don't get it, if you don't get it, right, I'll bring it back around for you. The point is this, right? If you're simultaneously affirming that Hegel sees the source of knowledge as the human species, and also that Hegel sees the source of knowledge, right, as some transcendent God,
Who said
Aristotelian
anything
God.
about fucking transcendent? I mean, like he said, like if you mean transcendent to be like just the author of nature,
I just told you
sure.
what I meant by that,
Sure.
and you affirmed it, you
Sure.
idiot.
Sure, but if you mean that as a separation between man
You
and God,
keep
of course it
track of
doesn't.
the discussion that was like
So I
had
don't
5
understand.
seconds ago, you idiot.
I just no. Oh, all right. We're done, mate.
Yeah.
I think Piper, you are confusing. You are not taking soul into account. You are thinking in materialistic term that human species is something, just some material form or something. But
That's actually a good point, nothingness, because you just reminded us where this started. This whole point was to say that Hegel could be compatible with physicalism, which
No,
I
that wasn't
hope.
the point.
Oh,
That
was it
wasn't the
not the
point.
point? Okay.
No, it wasn't, you
Oh,
idiot. Right? If you remember,
definitely
shut
not
up,
the
shut
point.
up, shut up, shut up. Yeah. So if you remember, right, the original thing I took issue with, right, was your characterization of how Hegel is refuting empiricism, right, or sense certainty, right. That's what I was taking issue with. We only went on to the physicalism stuff because you went on about some argument that you think Hegel has against physicalism.
Yeah, Hegel would not be a physicalist at all. He would incompatible with Hegel.
Yeah, okay.
In fact, like the whole point of to be able to affirm the physical, you already have to affirm like logic. This is why it's founded on logic. Like you cannot.
Yeah,
like,
so I'm just gonna make the point that I originally was making that you didn't follow, right?
Okay.
So I
but
asked
I'm
you,
looking forward to it.
so shut up. So I asked you, right, if you think that for Hegel, knowledge is located, source of knowledge is the development of the human species. You said yes, right? Then I asked you if you think that some transcendent God, in the sense of a God that is the author of nature, right, and is beyond nature, is the source of that process of knowledge. You also affirm that. You understand why those are contradictory, right? You fucking idiot.
I mean, they're not contradictory in Hegel. That's the point.
Yeah,
Like-
so you're just gonna assert that?
Wait, that sounded
No,
like
I mean, I can give you.
You're literally saying the source of knowledge is humanity and not humanity.
Yeah, it sounds like
It's literally a contradiction, you moron.
to me, it sounds like a contradiction because I think what
There is no
Piper is
separation.
saying is that humanity, as in not the God who wrote nature, because they are a part of nature, is the source of knowledge, and you're saying that that is true, while also saying that there is something transcendent of nature, which is beyond humans, that is the source of nature. So it seems like a contradiction to say that the
It's
things
not beyond humans. That's the point. So, like Hegel thinks that we are constructing nature. That's the whole point. We are God, which is like we are God moving through time, which is why
And
absolute
there isn't a
spirit.
transcendent God, you fucking idiot!
Well, he is transcendent in the sense that he retrocausally created this process through his self-actualization, which is why I said he's a panentheist.
I
So,
think
like,
Piper,
To be a panentheist, you would have to think that part of God's body is like located outside the universe. How can that
No,
be the case?
I
How can
think
that
you are
be the
thinking
case? How can that
transcendence as a being. So being,
It would-
I mean, I'm reading some Neoplatonic stuff. So it is
I'm not
like one. It
invoking
is
Neoplatonism.
you'd have to affirm that that God would only be that would exist within nature and be the one that produces nature to be a panentheist. So you'd have to be before.
No.
You'd have to be the
That's not
beginning
what
and the end of
panentheism
nature.
means.
It is. It's like so like look, the universe is a set within God in panentheism, right? If you have a set of sets, that is God. Within that set of sets, there is then the universe. There is creation. God creates the universe. In the process of creating the universe, he is creating himself. This is an
And
Aristotelian
how isn't
argument.
this just naturalism?
That was my refutation to your point, saying that it can be naturalistic, but it would not necessarily pertain to a physicalistic argument. So I was like, there is an element of naturalism in this. But I'm saying like, yeah, there is
What's
naturalism
going to
in
be the
this.
difference?
But what's going to be the difference is that there will be no foundational physical reality which everything is reducible to. It will be reducible to logic and thought, which is why he's an idealist and not a physicalist.
Yeah,
you
but
seem
that's
to be
just subjective idealism, which Hegel denies, you fucking idiot.
It's not subjective idealism.
Yes,
because
that's
there is a
literally
difference.
Barclay.
No, and it's not literally
Yes,
Berkeley.
it
No,
is
there is
literally Barclay.
there is a separation in Hegel between what is material, what is physical, and what is the all
If there's a separation, then one's not reducible to the other, right?
Well, yeah, physical reality cannot be so like physical reality is not the be all and end all of everything, which is why he reduces it to thought. Physical reality will ultimately end up being reduced to
Are you
idea.
saying there's a separation between thought and physical reality such that one can't be reduced to the other?
I'm saying that physical reality can be reduced to thought, but that thought cannot be reduced to physical reality. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but physicalism would have thought reduced to physical reality. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, Hegel would denounce that. Physical reality is reducible to thought.
But you just acknowledged, right?
Go
Number
home.
one, no, I'm not going home. You're a fucking idiot, right? So
This is
just
actually becoming
acknowledged-
embarrassing.
Yeah, okay. I'm not embarrassed whatsoever. So you can kiss my ass. But the point is this, right? First of all, saying that Hegel reduces all of reality to thought is just saying he's a subjective idealist, which he fucking denies.
No, it's not.
Yes,
no, it's
that's
not
what
because you're
subjective
assuming
idealism is, you idiot.
You've clearly not read Hegel to say that thought can be reducible to the subjective, because he absolutely denounces that, and that's the whole point where he says actually Kant is wrong about the categories. The categories of the categories are not reducible to the individual's intuition. They are instead objective, and the unity of the subjective and objective categories is thought, which means that Hegel takes reality to be fundamentally thought, both in the unity of the object and the subject.
What's
which is
the
why the
difference
notion,
between what Hegel is supposed
which
to
is
be
why the
saying there?
notion, which is the idea, is the foundation of reality, which then produces nature, which produces a consciousness, which can then look towards itself, separate itself, and create a contradiction, which is the subject.
Yeah, but it's humanity that's constructing nature, right?
In the end, there is no separation between humanity and God, but
It's humanity that's constructing nature, right? That's a yes or no question.
It depends. Do you mean humanity as separable from God or not?
I'm not bringing in any of that baggage.
Well, you're gonna have to.
No, I'm not. It's a simple
because
question.
you're going to say that it's God, and if I take one side or the other, then you're going to say that I'm forming a contradiction. When he says this, in the end, there's no difference.
That's a fair question.
Yeah,
so
so you're
he's
having a
asking
dialogue
what you mean by humanity here, and so when you ask is humanity separated from God, it's fair for him to ask what you mean by humanity here.
Who are you talking to?
You.
All right, that remark confused me.
Well, so his question was a fair question to ask clarification about what you mean by humanity. That's fair.
Yeah, but I'm not bringing in any baggage about distinguishing humanity from God.
Well, that's what he's asking. He's asking.
I just want a yes or no question.
No.
I just want a yes or no
you
answer.
don't get to ask a yes or no question if he doesn't understand the question. So you have to understand all the entailments of the nouns and the argument.
You gave him all the information he needed. I am not bringing in the baggage that humanity is separate from God.
Look, I
just
personally
said
believe that Piper has. I personally believe Piper's asked a pretty succinct question. Personally,
Well, no. So the question could be framed as whose definition of human is it? Are you asking from perspective philosophy's worldview, or are you asking from your worldview?
What?
Yeah. So like,
I'm
look at it
asking
like
about
this.
our shared idea of humanity.
You're
get from
assuming.
Hegel.
You're assuming that we're having a shared idea of humanity, but I don't think that we do. I don't think we do. I think that we're talking. I'm gonna be charitable and say that this isn't actually a deliberate attempt to try and say that I'm affirming a contradiction, but instead that you're essentially going to say, and that this is my prediction, that if I say right that it is humanity or God, that either way you're going to say I'm affirming a contradiction, but I take humanity and God to be in the end, as in the end of the process of the dialectic, to be united. However, in the process of the dialectic, in one historical instance, if you were to say a given human, not human essence, which is God, then I would say that they aren't ones causing nature, at least not alone. God is causing it through us. Absolute Spirit is causing it through us, which is why we are moved by history as much as we are moving it. But in the end of nature, it is a unity between God and man. So we are producing nature to move ourselves through it. I mean, this is Hegel 101, right?
Yeah, okay. You can have the last word. That's fine.
Well, thank you. I'm glad we've resolved that. I mean, it does show that Hegel's absolutely incompatible with physicalism.
Yeah, you
So...
haven't made that argument.
Okay.
Anybody have questions for TJump?
Yeah, sorry about that, TJump. I
No.
really am. I didn't mean to do that.
Look, no, I mean, like, I'm sure Tom has told me several times that he's told me several times that he's very interested in what people have to say in chat. So I'm assuming that was probably interesting
I
to
have
him.
literally never said that. But
Motherfucker, you literally joined chat one day and was like, "No. I like hearing what you guys have to say."
Okay. But yeah, so I thought it was interesting to hear from a Protestant and a Baptist Hegelian debate each other. I thought that was hilarious.
I mean, I'm actually a Catholic. So
I mean, so like
Wait,
interpretations of Hegelianism.
TJump,
I was
I'm
making
not...
a parody of.
Oh right, okay. Oh
Wait,
right.
who are you referring to somebody else besides? Were you referring to AW and perspective philosophy, or me and perspective philosophy?
You two debating two different
I'm not
interpretations of
a
Hegelian.
Christian.
No, that
I'm an atheist.
You missed the joke. So.
Oh, okay.
So did I, to be fair.
Oh yeah, no, you're
It's
just saying it's like the Protestants.
Yeah.
It's like Christian sectarianism. I guess.
Yes. But yeah, to be fair, we did have a professor. AW was a professor of like Hegelianism, right? Who was on earlier, and he said that
He's an autodidact. I don't think he's a
Autodidact.
professor. He's
Gotcha.
autodidact. Yeah.
He was working for a PhD, but then he left the program, I believe.
So, Tom,
those feels.
Yeah.
Random question, Tom. If you have, or if you're aware of this person, opinions on Sam Hyde.
I don't recognize the name.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine.
There's a question in chat
sorry.
on what subject ought they best inquire after your opinions. Oh, sorry, butchered that one. It's in the main stage chat.
Best potato.
Yeah, so if you want to debate anything even tangentially related to a potato, especially as a metaphor for the universe, TJump's your guy.
Outside of the scientific arguments for idealism, do you have any philosophical arguments against idealism?
Philosophical arguments against idealism. I don't think so. I don't think there's any philosophical way a priori to determine between idealism or physicalism. I think you need the empirical data to actually have a compelling reason to reject one or the other.
So then with that in mind, would you consider idealism internally consistent or?
Sure.
Okay, I didn't know. I mean, I know that's probably the lowest hurdle that you can jump over, but
Yeah, I don't think idealism entails a logical contradiction. Hegelianism probably entails tons of them. I don't understand enough of the words to know, but
I'd say I'm happy to debate it, but I think that would be a weird debate. What I was going to say is we're supposed to debate the Christian God at some point, and I sort of just popped in just to sort of spice things up, maybe sort of a prelude, if you will.
Sure.
But it'd be cool to have a debate over Christian God. Just to give you a sort of foreground of my position, I'll be arguing that for a Hegelian God, as I have here, so you have a very good idea of where I'm going.
We've already debated twice.
Yeah, but I don't think we've talked God. We've debated. I think we debated veganism, and I think we debated metaphysics. So I don't think we've talked God.
Gotcha.
So that should be interesting.
So, Tom, what was I going to say? So did you have any comments regarding, did you learn anything from Hegelianism, outside of what the position was in itself, or did you feel like you learned anything that you could use
from tonight? No, more gibberish.
So you consider Hegelian just kind of gibberish and nonsense?
100%.
Okay. Another question that I have been asked. This isn't from me specifically directly. I won't mention from who, but have you ever admitted you were wrong at something?
It's from Detroit. Yes, I have admitted I'm wrong from something.
When was the last time you did?
I don't know the last time. I know the most impactful time was about fallibilism when debating Randall Rouser, and he brought up fallibilism and taught me about it.
Okay, I just didn't know. I mean, like, I didn't think that was an unfair question to ask.
That's fine. Like, I don't think any question is an unfair question. And I don't have any problem with the Troyer. He can ask questions. I'm not going to I'm not angry.
Tom, what's the this is can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What is the most coherent or like most convincing argument you've heard for God besides maybe Hinduism?
The DNA is a code argument prior to the discoveries of the double helix and all the advancements in biology. So when he first discovered DNA, it very much looks like a code, and so it's very at that point sounds very rational to think that it was done by a designer. And so I think that prior to any advancements in biology and testing predictions and things, I think that was a very good argument back then, very compelling back then.
Wait, Thomas, can I ask you a question? What's his name? Nirvana just asked, have you heard of any convincing arguments for God except for Hinduism? Do you think Hindu arguments are convincing?
Hinduism? He said Hinduism?
I think so.
Well, so
unless I miss
the
it.
Hinduism arguments they make in the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas, I don't remember which one anymore. They argue that the Earth is 4.3 billion years old. It's the waking and sleeping cycle of Brahman, and that's 95% accurate to the actual age of the Earth, and so that's the best novel prediction made by any religion.
Mm-hmm.
It's technically wrong.
Well, how about the idea of like existence as God, like as in Advaita and Vedanta, which is I guess
dumb.
more pantheist, monistic argument.
That's just dumb.
So dumb in what sense?
There's no valuable content in this statement.
Mm-hmm. What about its accuracy claim, though?
Well, that's the point. It's like for it to be accurate, you're going to have to make a distinction between God and existence. There's going to be some property distinction. Otherwise, it's just going to be a tautology. If it's a tautology, it has no informational, no meaningful content. And if there's some extra property to God, like it's conscious or whatever, then there's no evidence to support that. So it's gibberish.
So is there any reason one should state like I think it was Piper saying before that the Hegelian concept of God, he considers Hegel to be an atheist, and the other dude considers Hegel to be a Lutheran. So what's the meaningful distinction there? Like
Hegel is full of gibberish and it's all self-contradictions. You can interpret Hegel in more ways than you can interpret the Bible. So they're both right and they're both wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's one way to defend Vedanta claims, right? Because they are. It's basically the claim that everything, any conceptual scheme or anything you say about the absolute one reality would be putting a limitation on it, and you can have knowledge of it and experience. That's why there are like lots of ritualistic practices and meditation and all. I mean, similar thing in Buddhism that you can have the emptiness of and the interdependence metaphysics sort of that there is no single demarcated self or ego and yeah, and many people claim that these both systems are sort of similar. Did it make any sense?
No idea.
So okay, so basically how Vedanta would define it is that any form or any concept you are forming is being shaped like an analogy. You can think of it as something like the gold being turned into different ornaments. So different ornaments can have the same underlying substance, and that substance would be Brahman. That yeah, and your self itself is your soul Atma would be like an identity with Brahma in that state. If you are able to
I don't think
achieve through
I don't think you're
meditation.
going to be able to help with this. So, what is the differentiating property between God and existence?
I think God is existence.
So, do they mean the exact same thing?
So I mean, yeah, it's sort of like
Basically,
non-dual monism, sort of.
So, what's the differentiating property?
There is none, because adding any differentiating property would be putting it a limitation.
well, that would be more dualism. So non-dualism entails that there is no distinction.
So, just monism. It's called
It's the claim
monism.
of
If there's no difference, it's called
monism.
monism.
Monism, non-dualism. Yeah, this is the root of these religious traditions.
Non-dualism
But
is just
for me,
generic, but there's no meaningful use of the word non-dualism. It's just gibberish. But so it's either monism or not monism.
well, monism. Yeah, we can go with monism. I see them as the.
And so if it's monism, then the word God means nothing. You just get rid of the word God. It just means existence exists. Okay.
But why would one need to get rid of the word God though? Like what's
Because socially it has other connotations of meaning other than exists, and so it just confuses the term. Just call it existence.
Well, hang on. So this is again. I think this gets into etymology from my perspective. Why does the Christian conception of God deserve primacy over other views?
No, the concept of
Couldn't
God
couldn't
through the vast majority of humanity entails usually a conscious entity of some kind, a mind, intentionality, meanings, those kind of things. The concept of existence does not. And so if we're just going off of the vast majority of everyone, everywhere who's ever lived, existence is a more accurate term than God is.
Well, I think pantheism. I would argue that most traditions, barring some Abrahamic traditions, are pantheistic. If you look at a global stage of belief,
I don't care about the Abrahamic ones. I'm talking about all religions ever in the human history. Most entail God being a mind, a consciousness, an entity of some kind.
I don't think pantheists believe that. Would you say all pantheists believe that?
Most humans who have ever lived, the vast majority of all humans, the vast majority of all religions, believe God is a mind. There are some who don't. I don't care.
I mean, it depends, right? Because language changes across time, and translation between languages
Hang
is
on.
also not straightforward.
I wanted to challenge that in the first place, though, because you're going to take claims of like Hinduism, we made Buddhism, nothingness mentioned that too. So these group of people range in the billions. I don't know what you consider to be majority or place a number on it. I don't know.
I don't think they do. They don't number in the billions. I don't think. Like I think Christianity, Islam number in the billions. But if I'm talking humans, there's been about 110 billion. The vast majority believe in a conscious entity God because of biological factors. Evolution is selected for type 1 and type 2 errors, which is called a hyperactive agency detection system. And so we think that if there's a rustle in the bushes, it's probably an agent of some kind, which has led to gods being conscious and anthropomorphized like human gods, which is why the vast majority of religions entail conscious human kind like gods with entity brain things. That's why.
If I could just jump in here real quick, you can go back. You can go back to talking to him in a minute. I just want to ask some audience questions. Base to me wants to know if your atheist church is real or a joke.
Real. Totally real.
It is real, totally real. And then from Telos, I'm not sure I'm convinced by Thomas Aquinas is prima or secunda. These are the arguments from primer and first cause. So I'm curious to learn how you see fit to defeat or otherwise undermine these arguments.
The Thomas Aquinas' 5 ways can be debunked by simply saying things can be moving in the past without having a beginning. Therefore, like his argument for motion, which the first 3 are all the argument from the motion repeated in different ways, are all debunked because there isn't one of those. The argument from, I think it was love or something, or intentionality, like it's just false. You don't need those. And so I don't remember what the 5th one is, but they're all pretty easy to debunk. Like they're just wrong. Unless he was referring to something other than the 5 ways, in which case I don't know what the argument is.
All right. Well, hopefully that is partially an answer at least. You want to jump back in, nothingness? Did you have something to follow up with there?
Yeah, I mean, so basically, it would depend on the words in language, right? Because I don't think consciousness, uh, even as a word, existed before 400 years ago. And in classical theism, there wasn't any, like in first millennia, there wasn't even. They had a theory of mind that was inactivism, that the mind extended outside, like extended to whole reality. It wasn't that there was some internal consciousness of some sort, because even Vedanta uses the analogy of dream, right? So there are like 3: waking state, dreaming state, then deep sleep. And I think the last one that is the one that they call the uh, luminosity. And I think in Buddhism that would become nothingness. They are using different analogies. So I don't think we can just simply say that it was all they were using the same like conception of as some agent with consciousness, or like thoughts, desires, and all these things, right?
And
Because
another thing I would like to add to that as well is that when you talk about the paranormal community, ghost hunters, and most of them tend to be atheists, in at least in paranormal circles. So I don't think that the idea of that you mentioned, the psychological principle, necessarily applies to religious folk. I mean,
Yes,
there might have been some
this
overlap
is
there, but
proven in sociology. This is not even like up for debate. Yes, this is a thing. Type 1, type 2 fallacies. It's not even.
yeah,
Really
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that that's not something that's exclusive to typically religious people, right? So
right.
I mean, we're talking about
Well,
pantheists.
it's all humans, right?
Some of them may have right. So that's
Honestly,
not a
all humans.
distinguishing factor in theism and non-theism, right? So my claim here is that in pantheist circles, it's not necessary to have an agent, i.e., something that
I don't
resembles
care about the minority. That's never the point. The point of the argument had nothing to do with the minority. I was never claiming literally everyone believed this. That was never the point. The point is the
well,
vast
no, I think you mentioned
majority of
vast.
humans have always believed God has a mind. We have the historical records to prove it. So we have the anthropology
So
to prove it.
can you name some? Can you name some of these historical records that are numbering the number
Yes,
the people that have
Hinduism
believed this?
has
So
about
what?
3,000 different human gods who think and talk like humans. That's one of the oldest religions.
Right, and so you mentioned 110 billion people that have ever existed, right?
Yep.
So Hinduism's about 5,000 years old. So would you say majority of humanity predates that, or
Nope, but that's one
postdates that?
example of the many, and they all do the same thing, and I'm not going to be bothered. If you want to look it up, you can find it yourself. Obvious facts, I don't want to do the research, do it yourself or pay me.
yeah, I mean, theism's point is here, because even in Hinduism there was the majority was in another school. The Adivida Vedanta one is like the most priestly one, or the most philosophical one, because even in Hinduism there was, I think Sanatan is the most the polytheistic one is the major one, because yeah, and due to like sociological factors, I think it acts as a better like controlling system on humanity. So that's fine. But yeah, there are like different stand. But all the Buddhism, I would say it is pretty unique in that it has a lot of adherents. And although in I think Japan they have Pure Land Buddhism, where it is all about spirits and yeah, cycle of reincarnation and all that too. So there are a lot of.
Nirvana wants to know what you think about the 5-layer kosha.
I don't know what that is. Is it like a kind of cake he makes?
Well, I'm aware of the 3-layer kosha, where it's like the different levels of the consciousness, and the body is the least subtle level.
No idea.
Okay, just want to make sure I got through all the questions. I think I have. So yeah, if anyone wants to come up, please raise your hand.
Since I've already gotten in one argument tonight, I'm actually sort of interested in getting some clarification on this like deriving laws of logic from the cogito stuff that I've seen you do in a bunch of your videos. I've actually watched a bunch of your videos about where you, at least where you talk about epistemology. I'll put them on in the background when I read. But so I'm kind of having trouble understanding how saying that, well, I get the laws of logic because my experience is identical to my experience. My experience is not my experience, and my experience is either my experience or not my experience, right? Not sure how saying you get the laws of logic from that is any different than just asserting the laws of logic.
Well, it's like if you're thinking, you start with you exist. What can you think about to get the laws of logic, or to think about to like discover them? That's how you would discover them. It's not like they exist because of that. That's like how you would learn them.
Wow. So is it just a pedagogical point? I thought you were making some kind of point that you can derive one from the other.
Right. Derive as in you can learn about the laws of logic after you start with your experience. So you start with your experience exists, and then how do you get to the laws of logic? You could presuppose them and just presuppose the laws of logic, or you could try to derive them from something. So you have your experience, and then what in your experience can you use to describe the laws of logic? Well, I am myself. Okay, law of identity. So you get the laws of logic from the things you experience based off of how you describe them in your mind. And so it's the point there is that I'm not presupposing the laws of logic. I'm using something in my experience and then describing those with the laws of logic to get the laws of logic exist from my experience rather than presupposing it.
Is that to say that there's some justification from the cogito to the laws of logic?
Sort of. It's like you can
Yeah, I'm
justify
not
from
really.
your experience and how you describe things. You can find patterns in the ways that you describe things, and those patterns can be described with the principles of the laws of logic. So it's not like justifying their existence. It's this is how I think. And so you can get the laws of logic from the way your brain describes things as a principle that describes how your brain describes things.
Do you take the laws of logic to be analytic truths or synthetic truths?
I don't think the analytic synthetic distinction is actually like correct or 100% meaningful, but I would just to use that analytic truths would be the closest.
Well, if that's true, then it can't just be the case that we get them from looking at patterns and stuff.
Analytic truths, what you get them from is different. So again, the synthetic analytic distinction isn't actually a genuine distinction. I was just giving you a generic thing. Analytic truths are things that are true by thinking about them like a priori. So I wouldn't say there's any sufficient difference between some analytic and a priori. It's just things you know by thinking about it. That's it. There's no actual ontological commitment with analytic there.
Yeah, but I think most people, and you can reject the opinion of most people, obviously, but I think the idea is usually that where we get the laws of logic from is not from experience, right? We get them from something about what you need for statements to be meaningful.
That's an experience. So like thoughts are a kind of experience. So experience here doesn't mean literally sense experience. It means any experience, thought experience, sense experience, any kind of experience.
So you're collapsing the whole a priori, a posteriori thing.
No, in this context of the cogito doesn't say whether or not there is an external world based on my epistemology. So it doesn't say anything about whether or not what your experience is actually there, or if there is some distinction between those two, because that's more than what you can get from the cogito initially. So given the fact that you don't know what your experience is or what your thoughts are, you can't make the a priori synthetic analytic distinctions yet. So at that point, anything is just an experience. Anything you're experiencing is obviously an experience. And so from that perspective, your experience is, what was it? What was the thing we were talking about?
Well, I was talking about a posteriori, a priori, or.
No. So you're saying that I like collapsed the distinction or something like,
Oh yeah.
but before that, what we were talking about, the experience of me thinking about sentences or whatever,
Mhm.
I can derive logic from that. That's still an experience. I'm still deriving it from experience, but I'm just not a posteriori experience that you have to like reference the external world. Not that kind of experience. Experience in the fact that it comes through your consciousness. That's the only thing experience refers to in this context.
Okay, but it seems like the fact that I can say my experience is identical to my experience is because I've presupposed the law of identity.
Of course, to
In other
say
words,
it, but to again have an experience, you don't presuppose anything.
to have, well, you take having an experience to be a kind of like, do you think experience is conceptually mediated? Like,
I don't know what that means.
Well, yeah, so I'm going to explain. So the way we get information from our experience is we have like concepts that we use to gain that information from the experience. Do you think that that's true?
No, we gain information because our subconscious gives us information from the experience. We don't actually do anything.
So what do you think concepts are for then?
Like after we have knowledge from our subconscious and after we have experiences, we go back and build and recompose those things into other things, which are those concepts.
It isn't. Wait, so concepts are just recombinations of information that's already somehow in our intellect or something?
Recombinations of knowledge given to us by our subconscious. Like we don't start with concepts. Concepts are something given to us by evolution as a result of the information in our subconscious.
Well, I'm fine with saying that concepts are like physical, like brain states or whatever. But like the point here is going to be that like when you say my experience is such that is identical to my experience, even when you say I think therefore I am, you're using concepts, right, to extract information from your experience.
No. So again, as I've said this like 4 times today, the knowledge you gain that you exist doesn't come from the argument. You're not looking at the argument and going premise, conclusion. That's just all irrelevant garbage. You use a sentence to describe your
Oh, I
experience.
understand that.
Your experience is
No,
where
I
the
get
knowledge
that.
comes from. So you don't, no concepts required. No.
Right.
You can
Well,
be
but
fully
no,
aware.
look, I'm not saying something like the argument gives you the information from your experience, so you need concepts to mediate your experience, right?
Okay.
What I'm saying is that in order to even like in order to even grasp your experience reflectively and then give the tautology as a way of expressing what's going on, you need concepts, right? Like I and think and am that you're applying to your experience to get the information out of it.
Sure.
And also exist.
That's
What
language.
does exist mean here? That would be the question, right?
So I also need English too. I also need to have English language to express I think, therefore I am, because I'm saying it in English, but none of that matters.
Well, the reason that I'm asserting that it matters is that if we're only gaining information from experience through the help of mediating concepts, right? And we're accepting that those mediating concepts have meanings that go along with the classical laws of logic, then it seems like we haven't derived the laws of logic, we've just presupposed them.
No, you get them from like using the language and then finding the patterns in this language. You don't presuppose anything. Like you
Yeah,
don't have
but
to
how do you
assume they're
use
correct.
a language? How do you use a language without thinking that A is equal to A?
Your subconscious does it automatically. You don't have to think anything. You don't have to presuppose anything.
What is the subconscious that you're invoking now?
Yes, the thing that's in our brains that causes us to do pretty much everything that we have no control over. Literally, I'm just talking about biological subconscious right now, your brain. thing that makes your heart pump in your lungs. So it gives you information that you have
Yeah,
no
but we're not,
connection to.
like you often say, we're not presupposing, or we're not even talking about any of that yet. We're just
Okay.
talking about the experience.
Right. So you have an experience, and your brain does make delineations, and you don't presuppose any of that. That's just an experience you're having. You experience doing this thing.
Yeah, but when my brain makes delineations, I'm saying that this is A and this is not A.
Yep, and that's an experience you have, and you don't have to presuppose logic for that.
I think that
Wait, how do I delineate that without logic?
It's an experience. Your
Michael,
brain is literally doing it. You don't have to presuppose anything for an experience.
Yeah, but do you
let
think
me.
that that's a chain of reasoning?
It can be.
What
Like if
would
you
be an
form it
instance?
into a chain of reasoning, it's a chain of reasoning. But like your brain delineates thing without any chain of reasoning. You don't have any chain of reasoning for TV camera.
Yeah, when you say your brain delineates, what are we talking about there over and above reasoning?
It makes a differentiation between the camera and the TV, and it doesn't use reasoning to do that.
How do you make differentiation between things
Neuron
without
A
saying
fires,
that?
and neuron A doesn't fire in the case of the next one.
Yeah, but we're taking the neurons firing to be identical to some kind of process of reasoning, right?
No, the reasoning part doesn't come till later.
Are
Well,
we at the part where we have to ask if
apparently
there's a real elephant in your brain when you're thinking about an elephant?
Yes, there literally
apparently
is.
the neurons are also relevant at this stage, right? But so that's fine. We can both respect that norm, right? But all I'm saying is that, like, if I'm gaining information from my experience and I'm making delineations saying things like I and experience and am, it seems like I'm using concepts with a sort of definite meaning, right?
Nope. Again, that's
And
irrelevant. The concepts are irrelevant completely. The meanings are irrelevant completely.
yeah,
TJump,
so
I
then I
think
want to know
it's.
how you're getting. Then I want to know how you're getting any of the information from your experience without the
You
mediating
experience
concepts.
it. That's how.
No. TJump, I
Yeah, but
think
I'm
the point
asking
is.
how you're getting the information from your experience.
You experience
Not
it.
how you're
Piper,
experiencing your experience.
you can explicitly make the transcendental argument, right? That the experience itself.
I
So,
don't care about the
um,
transcendental argument. No, it's irrelevant. So how does a cuckoo know
but
to push
Piper
out
is
the
making.
eggs of a nest? Does it use reasoning? No. Does it have
But it
logic?
doesn't make.
No. Does it have arguments? No. It just knows because its subconscious told it to do it. That's it. It's an
But it
experience.
doesn't say it exists also. So.
Do animals follow instincts?
Yes.
You don't take
Yes.
that to be a reasoning process.
Nope. It's not
So
reasoning.
what
That's not
distinguishes
reasoning.
that from a reasoning process?
There's no thought in it whatsoever. It's just a feeling.
Animals don't have mental states?
They do have mental states. There's just no thought in it. Like it doesn't think about it. Maybe I should push over the egg. It doesn't think about it at all. It just does. It just has the experience.
Wait, what is a thought over and above a mental state?
Like cognitive processing of actually making decisions and logical processing, anything beyond just do.
A logical processing, that's going to be reasoning, right?
Yes, which is above the subconscious. The thing we're not doing, the cuckoo is not doing.
Well, I'm sort of asking in virtue of what is it not doing that?
Because it's just reacting to the experience. It doesn't have anything. It's not thinking about it. It doesn't know what it's doing. It doesn't understand what it's doing. It's like a baby.
So
It
then it
has
doesn't
no
have a
idea.
mind?
Still has a mind. Doesn't understand any of that. You can have a mind without understanding things. Like, all right, I've done enough of this. I've explained this fully, and I don't want to rehash it anymore.
Okay, thanks for humoring me.
Yep.
Yeah, I think a better way to make transcendental argument is that brain is something like a projector, and projector would have some settings or dials or that TJump you can say that is in the subconscious, right? But I think Kant's point was that whatever settings that projector is using to convert the input to experience we are having, that those things are fixed. And I mean, people have said that he was wrong about some categories like space-time because we know from physics later that it wasn't exactly Newtonian stuff. So all that is fine, but I think his Kant's original point still stands that if experience is being mediated by projector, then that projector would have some structure that it is imposing on the sensory inputs, and that so whatever settings or structure that is being imposed on the experience would still have some objective would always be presupposed by any experience. So that's why he took it that it's a critique of pure reason, that uh, yeah, that the categories of understanding are essential for any experience to
I have
be or
no
to make
idea what
any.
any of this has to do with anything we were talking about.
No. So it is the for cogito, right? That I think, therefore I am. So the thinking itself is an experience that is being mediated by the categories of understanding. So he's saying, Kant is saying that you cannot start from that point, because those you have to like do a reflection on the process
This is
itself
the
to
same
find those
thing,
categories.
this is the same thing I addressed earlier. If you were trying to use the argument and the syllogism to gain knowledge, that's true. If you're just using the experience, it's not true. You can start with it just fine. So I've already addressed that.
No, but a tautology is meaningless, right? Because it doesn't convey any information. So that was Wittgenstein's
Tautology is
point. That
irrelevant. It doesn't make a difference. It's just a descriptive statement.
no, but if it's a
I really
descriptive
don't want to talk
statement,
about this anymore. I've rehashed this the same thing like 20 times already tonight. I don't want to talk about it again.
Did you just use the it's not a tautology? Wait, did you just use the tautology is not a fallacy logic? TJump?
No, because it's if you try to gain knowledge from a tautology, it's fallacious. The knowledge doesn't come from the argument. You're not looking at the premises and from a conclusion gaining knowledge, then it would be fallacious. You gain the knowledge from the experience, not the argument. The argument is simply a description of the experience. So it doesn't matter, like if you're describing an experience, you say the sky is blue because the sky is blue. If you were getting the knowledge the sky is blue from the argument, then it would be fallacious. If you're literally looking up and you see the sky is blue, you saying it twice, the sky is blue because the sky is blue, doesn't make your knowledge false.
Would you describe yourself as a realist or indirect realist?
Sure, a scientific realist. Moral
Meaning,
realist. Potato realist.
well,
Realist of
I'm
a lot of things.
reasonably certain I know what the moral realist part is, but I'm a little unclear what scientific realist part means.
Describes reality as it is.
Scientific realism and sensory realism. And did it never occur to you that those two might contradict each other at some point?
I don't know what you mean by sensory realism.
Cogito ergo sum, you concluded that through sensory pathways.
What?
And you assume that's real.
No.
And so I'm just asking, when there's a question of which one
No, I
trumps
don't.
which,
I don't
how
assume.
do you know?
I don't assume that's real. So all of our experiences could be completely fake. We could be in the matrix, and the cogito argument works just fine. So it doesn't make a difference whether or not our experiences correspond to reality or not.
But you don't have access to every state of cogito to know the degree to which that changes the state of mind to make those decisions in the first place.
What?
So how could you possibly know
There
whether
are
the
no
different definitions and
states-
interpretations of
there are-
cogito are all the same mental states?
Because there are no states of cogito where you can believe you exist and you're wrong.
How do you know?
Because it's not logically possible. It's not logically possible for you to exist or for you to believe you exist while not existing.
Well, it could be a simulation, right?
That would you still exist in the
part
simulation.
that believes it exists could be a simulation made
How
by the
you
thing that
exist
actually
doesn't matter. How you exist is irrelevant to the argument. You could exist in a simulation. You could exist in an idealist universe. You could exist as God. I don't care how you exist. You still exist.
How do you know?
What? Because if you have beliefs, you must exist. The claim exists
like a
isn't making
phrase
like
up to you.
what? Claiming the existence claim isn't claiming how you exist or in what state you exist or what ontology you exist. I don't care. It's just saying you do exist in some way, in reality, and not reality. That's it. Doesn't tell you how.
Someone in chat saying your scientific realism is downstream from your cogito stance. Would you
Sure.
agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you're more certain about the cogito than
Obviously,
scientific
yes.
realism.
Yeah, scientific realism is a probabilistic claim. It's not an absolute certainty claim.
The only thing he says he's absolutely certain about is the cogito.
But what if illusionism turns out to be the correct metaphysical theory of mind, and that
Cogito would
is
still
like,
work.
Yeah, to be honest, the entailments seem completely different if illusionism is the case, to the point like how would you even be able to speak on an illusionist perspective unless you actually held it?
What?
When you say illusionism, are you talking about eliminativism about mind?
Well, you know how there's the direct and indirect realism positions?
Yeah.
Imagine as far away from that as humanly possible, and you have illusionism.
So everything's like deception from the evil demon or something?
I wouldn't phrase it like that because I don't find that as a compelling phrasing, even though it's basically just Maya reasserted with a bad intention. I would more look at, you can analogize the eye as a pinhole camera, and what that's doing to the image of the light is at the very least inverting it. So we have cause to believe there'd be some similarity because the image does get, quasi, there's some fidelity to the image that is inverted and whatnot, but there's also a inversion that, and we don't know how many things happen in the cognitive process that are like going through an eye.
Is this a Vedanta idea?
no, it's materialistic. I mean, it's the type A physicalism, I guess, where so basically the claim is that every conscious experience would be like an illusion. Like there are various illusions happening in your cognitive process, and they give example of like visual illusions, or there are some eye dot illusions. So basically, yeah, Dennett has this theory that the it's like consciousness is creating the story and writing you as an author in the story, but that doesn't have any referent in the physical reality. So that would be the major claim, that any mental state doesn't have a, it's only exists as a, I mean, yeah, they would say that mental states exist, but they don't have any referent in physical reality. So there wouldn't be anything like qualia that would be existing in physical reality. It's just a functional role that the mental
What you're
state plays.
talking about sounds like eliminativism, which is like the view that like
Yeah, it
mental.
is also called.
Oh, okay. So you are talking about that, all right? Yeah.
And I think that is a defensible position if you are a physicist.
Well,
I don't.
there is an argument that it's like self-refuting. So basically, the idea is if you say you believe in eliminative materialism, then you're affirming a mental property, which is belief, and so that contradicts the eliminativist thesis.
Not necessarily, right? So there is a claim of emergence, but it's something like an emergent behavior. That consciousness is an emergent behavior, but it doesn't. Uh, so, so I'm not an illusionist, but to represent their position fairly, they are saying that only the physical states are what can be said to exist. So, in that sense, it is playing a functional and behavior role in your consciousness, but it's not playing any. It doesn't have any existence, like physical existence, if you want to define it that only physical states or material, material quantum stuff can be real, but the mental states that are being generated are like higher level phenomena, and they are like all illusions created by mind.
Hmm. Yeah, so but the thing is going to be that, like, to say that you believe in eliminativism, right, is to use a mental predicate, right? You're picking out a mental property, which is a belief state, right? But eliminativists want to say that those states don't exist. They're just like the talk about them is just like folk psychological talk.
They don't
That,
exist in physical as physical state, but they do exist as functional. Mental states are functional states. So it's like
well,
taking functionalism and just asserting that physicalism is the correct theory because of science. So
well,
I mean, it's yeah.
well, that's not what I take eliminativism to be. Eliminativism is called eliminativism because it gets rid of the mind, right? It just says, like, so for instance, identity theory says that the mind is identical to physical states. Eliminativism says